We are mucus-free. 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 We are mucus-free.
Greetings, brothers and sisters. Welcome to yet another episode of the Mucus-free Life podcast. And today is, some people would say it's a special day. For me, it's a day, but this is my Earth Day. And everybody wants to, how old are you? What's your age? I am I'm 42 today, whatever that means. Time doesn't mean what you think it means. This time thing is a deception. It's a delusion, and the aging process isn't what you think it is. It doesn't have to be what you have been convinced that it has to be. This whole thing can be totally different in terms of the speed with which you start to really go through the symptoms of aging and this whole kind of process. But that's something I'll talk more about that in the next 20 years, where the people will believe what I have to say then. Now they'll be like, well, you're still young. Like, okay, yeah, I'll come back in 20 years. We'll have that conversation at that point. But I want to welcome everybody here. Thank you all so much for tuning in, and we have a very special guest that I'm going to bring on here in a moment. But first, let me share a few things. So we've been very busy getting some things going. You might have heard me talk about the Mucus-free Life membership program. We launched that last week and had a bunch of folks join in there. And there's a lot of good things happening there, which I'll be talking about very shortly. This Friday, quick announcement, I'll be doing the How to Melt Mucoid Plaque webinar. How to get this nasty, slimy, stank sludge out of your body the easy way, the way where some people still don't believe it. They still don't believe that it exists, but it is very much a real thing. And definitely encourage all of you. It's been a while since I've done one of my webinars and had the opportunity to, of course, we have the Q&A at the end of it. So definitely encourage you to tune in, join us for that. And I will share a link to that in a little bit. And there should be a link down below for that as well. But so this is my Earth Day. People ask, well, what'd you do today? I usually my Earth Day is usually a work day. Just historically, I would generally oftentimes do some kind of work, and maybe I'd go and hang out with some friends or do something here and there. But I oftentimes would either be working or making music. That was this time of year. Years ago would be a time where there was a lot of performing that could be taking place. So let's see. I want to see if. Okay, I wanted to make sure. All right, cool. So yeah, without any further ado, I want to bring on a very special guest. You maybe you could guess it, perhaps, but today we got on none other than Brother Air. What is going on?
Oh man, happy Earth Day, brother. And
Yeah.
Did you go to any restaurants today and drop a hint that it was your birthday where you could get a free cupcake?
I didn't do that.
Okay.
I didn't do that today.
All right. I know, people, they go and try to drop a hint. It's my birthday, and you get a free cake or a free little whatever it is
Right.
they do.
Right.
But you lay dormant, man, and sometimes what you should do on your Earth days is just contemplate.
Yeah. Yeah.
Think about this past year and things that you accomplished and things that you didn't and things that you're gonna try to put put in a better position, for the next round, So good, man. You're here.
Yeah.
You're
Yeah.
here. So it's
Yeah.
a
It's
cool thing, man. I got one coming up in what
4 days?
No, 3 days.
3 days. Yeah. One,
Yeah.
2, 3. Yeah.
When is
Yeah.
that? Is that Tuesday? It's Tuesday. No,
No,
Wednesday. Yeah,
Wednesday. Yeah.
because it's always a week away from that psychopathic day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Right.
That's partly why we're here. Is not so much to talk about that day. It's this time of year where we see the human behavior on another level,
Mm-hmm.
and so I think that's what we're gonna tackle that.
Yeah. Get into that. The main original topic is on the importance of community or plugging in. And so what I want you to do first is give your definition or your concept of the idea of plugging in and the importance of that for folks who might aspire to practice a mucusless diet or to try to survive this this apocalypse that we're heading toward. So
Yeah,
the
plugging
plug
in.
in.
Plugging in for me was reading the book and being so just so enamored with the book that I wanted to know what Eric knew. I wanted to know what Eric knew. So the plugging in, that's where it started for me. Was plug. I wanted to know what he knew, and the more I read the book, what I decided to do was kind of mimic him in terms of experimenting on yourself. So I said, well, that's how I can, know the man is I can experiment on myself like he did. And so that was my plugging in. Because it was, the community thing wasn't there like that. It was, and so we had to do a lot of self-motivating ourselves. You only had one other person, who was doing it. So, and at that time, it was kind of like every man for himself. And then later on, it was years that went by that it wasn't really a plug-in, like, socializing on that level with each other. That came, like me and Vic's thing really came tighter in the 90s, as far as, we talked and I would go to the rehearsals and things, but I just wasn't around. but I was doing it. I was doing this, but I wasn't around. And but when I was around, then that's when the plug-in started. For me, is the plug-in. You gotta want to do this. I mean, that's the first thing. You gotta want to do it and see if it is what it is. You got to give it some time. You got to give it 5, 6, 7 years just to see if it is what it is. So by the time Mucus-free came about, it had we had. I mean, it was like a community, but the community, it was kind of just like me and Spira, and the other people who was into it wasn't with us like that. You know what I mean? It all had to come back together. Everybody was searching for things on their own. Not that there wasn't any contact or anything. It just was everybody was kind of figuring it out. This little sanction of people, like me and Spira were over here. You had Khalid and his family, they were over there. You had the core, she was over, you had Vic, he was, it was kind of a different thing. And then I think what happened was we just really got serious about the community and started just gathering. And with the Breatharian Ensemble, naming the band that, and creating activities, and creating study periods and conversation. So the plug-in, I mean, that was all a part of the plug-in. Then it got more people, more families, and more people. I mean, we had some of the bandmates, and it just started to pick up, man. I mean, like that, as far as just a lot more people. I mean, we could have a group of people and talk about the stuff that just me and Mike, me and Mike or Spira. I you can tell I hadn't done this in a minute. I never made that mistake. Other than when we're in private, but on here I'm always, Spira, But yeah, man. I mean, the plugging in thing, man, is like something that you have to. You gotta just dedicate yourself to showing up. A lot of it was showing up. I remember Spira, man. His thing would let everybody know how serious he was. He was showing up.
Right.
He would have a full day in school, man, and have classes and tests and recitals or whatever. But he would show up. He would show up, man. I'd be surprised, how I mean, for him to have as much schooling to go through, master's, PhD, to see as much as he showed up to things, he didn't miss very much. Only thing he missed was the Billie Holiday fight.
Yeah, that was that was about the only one.
And community, Khalid, the family, everybody, we was all there, but
I forget what was happening that day where I couldn't make it.
Some combo thing.
Yeah, I had a performance or something.
Yeah, and So yeah, but other than that, he was like Johnny on the spot. So the plug-in is something that it's kind of like you make your own plug-in. You make it up. I mean, you have to, you know what I mean? You have to, I mean, you could become the cat that's always knocking on somebody else's door, you know, because you know, like a pest. And that's what you really become, is like a pest to what you're trying to plug in. But
and I'm showing some of the round table clip here.
Yeah,
From,
that was those meetings were very important, man. Now that we look back, they were very important. Yeah, they were very important, just to look at the folks, and everybody's still here. You know, everybody, you know, that in that frame is still here.
Mm-hmm.
And claiming mucusless diet.
Yeah.
So that, you know, it's like everything that came. You know, people done went all around the world, and we all back together again. You know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So my thing with the plugging in, to me, I think about it more in the same way that you would maybe, because if I asked you the same question and it was about the music, you might respond even a little differently. But that's how I think about the plug-in with the Mucusless Diet Healing System is, and you go with what you have access to. So when you first got into it, yeah, like you were that separates a pioneer from generations of people that come later. The pioneer has to do some things differently than what some people they're going to have to do later. But as you want to plug into whatever is available at the time, like whatever the dynamic is. But for me, it's a sacred thing. It's closest when people always want me to talk about spirituality and do spiritual videos and stuff, and I generally avoid that type of thing. But for me, the plug-in is sacred. Now that doesn't mean that you have to. It's not like you have to talk to somebody every day or call, or that might be a part of it for a period of time. But the quality of plug-in, if your plug-in is on point and you're really plugged in, you can, it doesn't have nothing to do with like, oh, you have to contact somebody a certain amount or this or that. It's like, nah, it's this vibration where you're connected into the source. There's like this source of the information, the vibration. And when you get plugged in, you're getting so many benefits in terms of the inspiration, the motivation, and it's, so for me, it's it's something that you can be conscious of, because like what Brother Eric was saying, are you showing up? You know, when there's an opportunity to show up, do you show up? There's an opportunity to study something. Do you study? Do you know, that kind of thing? And so what I'm seeing, one of my big missions in what I've been doing is, so I was saying we were going to celebrate mucus-free life a little bit, because this is the 2024 was the 10th year of mucus-free life as an entity, started in 2014, and so we can celebrate that. But when I started, all the different things that I've done over the years had been to try to create places where people could get information and education, as well as have an opportunity to experience the plug-in. And because I saw how different. So for me, when I was like plugging into Brother Air, plugging into their family, to Khalifa in that period, that helped me the first time I did a long fast, or even before I started doing long fast. Just that plug in. It wasn't, I never talked about it. What wasn't conversations that we had where Brother Air's fasting, and then I'm like, all right, well, you're fasting, I'm going to try to fast. It was like, no, it was never discussed. But I'm feeling this vibration. I'm saying, here's this dude that's not eating anything for 8.5 months, and I'm like, I'm plugged in. I'm plug right into that, and there's no discussion that needs to be had. That's the value of the plug-in. That's what's different from a standard educational, like, oh, you got to get the inference. Like, no, what I'm saying is, if there is a shortcut, and it's not a shortcut, it's actually going back to the original way that we're supposed to learn, and that we're supposed to self-generate inspiration and energy, is plug-in.
Have you seen, as we kind of termed it or deemed it, the magic that was happening there? You remember what we used to call it, the magic?
Yeah.
And have you seen that in other practitioners and their plug-in, in terms of, because it was truly some magic happening. It was just the weirdest things, man. When we would ride up and see a hot water bottle hanging from a, it was just a weird thing.
Yeah.
And it was just so much stuff that, a hot water bottle hanging from, how the gym shoes hang where the dope dealers slang, right?
Right.
That's what they do. And so, this was like that, just hanging from a telephone wire, telephone pole wire. It just hanging.
Yeah.
And Spira had the hardest time finding it, because I was sitting right in front of it, and I was just telling him to look.
Yeah. I'm like, I don't see it. Yeah. Blue enema bag way up in this tree, just hanging there. Yeah. And it's like, what the heck is, I said that was an omen. We don't know what it meant, but it was
hanging there, man. It was like, because at that point we were like on fire as far as just feeling our relationship coming together. Yeah, we were doing everything there. We were like Mutt and Jeff. There was just hardly no time that you didn't see us together.
Right.
Literally, we were probably together more than I was with my wife. Literally.
Yeah.
But yeah, so yeah, that was something, man, to have that time, and as we called it, the magic time. Watched all those things happening. Just some strange things was happening then, that were not strange, like strange, but strange to the point where it just reinforced our attitude even more. Like, what we're doing,
right?
We're in the right place. We're doing the right thing, So,
yeah, and and it took our different versions of whatever we were bringing to the table to get it to where it is now. Because it's a different era now. So I see glimpses of the magic. It's different. It's a different kind of thing now than back then, and it's gonna be different. This is a different era. It's different. Just different vibe, different things happen. And
the internet wasn't affecting us at that point, like it does. And the internet was a powerful medium, So
Yeah.
we didn't have that. I mean, it was there, but it wasn't there. Like,
well, not like now. No.
not like now. I mean, it was there, but you know, we were like, you know, we were digging the ditches with our own hands at that time. Boy, we were,
Yeah. That was the.
yeah, you know.
And now, Will, real quick, I'm gonna tell everybody, if you, for some reason, the YouTube, all the YouTube comments aren't coming in the chat, but I see them over there on the YouTube. So yeah, you guys keep on commenting. I appreciate it. I wish I could hit the button and share it over here, but for some reason it's that's like out of our control. It's I don't know why it's doing that. The Facebook stuff is coming in, but not the YouTube.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, so to me, and like you said, there's different ways to plug in. But then what I've also seen over the years is people that may have plugged in for a while, but then they unplug. They think that they can do this by themselves without the plug, and it ends up becoming tragic, and to the point where they're back eating all manner of pus and mucus forming foods. Diseases are all over the place. They're like, we'll never go to a doctor. Now they're going to doctors and they're getting diagnosis. They're getting pills, you know, and in some case they're leaving the planet earlier than they otherwise would have.
And they happen to be that kind of personality that they're, see, because I'm not going to say that they can't get there. Like, there's people who are self-motivated, people who can read the book and do this thing, you know. And
well, but that's that's the one place where me and you disagree slightly, because what I'm saying is you're the person that could read the book and have nothing else, no conversations, no plug-in, no nothing. That's 0.1%. Well, out of 100%. That's one out of,
and that's me, and that's you, and that's Vic, and that's Khalid.
Right.
So to have us all that close, I mean, you know, I believe that, you know, we you know, but I understand what you're saying, yeah. And it's not like I'm trying to discourage that. I'm not, you know, I'm not trying to discourage.
Right. Well, and I know what you mean, where it is possible. It's just it's unlikely for most people.
This is Michael Jordan, LeBron James type of stuff here, you know.
Right.
I mean? What we're dealing with to practice the Mucusless diet and to be committed to it like that is, you know, that kind of thing, man, where you have to really. I'm a believer in the system, just the system. A lot of people, man, dib and dab, and that's and sometimes it works for those who practice the Mucusless diet. It works, you know. I just am 100% the system. I don't go there and go there. That don't necessarily mean that I won't. You know, if I went through a crisis or some kind of fall that I needed to do something to save my life, you did. But Vic wasn't that. He wasn't gonna do anything. He was staying straight mucusless diet. I mean, like he you know, he just could not see himself going over into Western medicine for any kind of help. That's him, you know. You know, and I really understood that. You know, I really understood because I knew Vic so good, and I just understood how he how his convictions were and why they were like they were. And, you know, a lot of.
But then now one of the lessons, the things that I observed that I would have to say, like you wouldn't be able to say this, but I can say from what I saw happening, you know, dealing with Vic, dealing with you. And this was I actually was going to do a whole video on this eventually, where I talk about the so-called the seven deadly sins as but more as a philosophical jumping off point. But it's said that the worst sin of all is pride or pridefulness. Now, not being proud in the vernacular way that we use it today, but that kind of hubris to the point where once you think that you got it and you're not letting in any new information, or you're, you know, where you're really that narrow thing. And I always thought if that again, as we're not bringing this up now because we talking the plug-in, where with Vic, since it was one direction, where you call him and you're talking to him, and you know, there's the interaction, the dialogue, but when it came to him plugging it back in your direction to like pick up on what you were bringing to the table, the innovations that you were making in terms of the practice, he dropped the ball on that.
I don't think he perceived it in that way either.
Well, I don't think he did either. This is how I perceive it as a
I don't think Vic thought like that.
No.
You know, like,
yeah, no, I'm doing, you know, 20 years later, and
right,
having been a fly on the wall observing, because I'm just looking, I'm like, you know, you had brought all these innovations in terms of the practice. So he had the philosophy and the whole way that you think about the world. I mean, he had that together. You had brought practice, like how you actually do this, how you can the kind of mindset that you can have to actually really push yourself and you know, have a lot of progress.
That's what I think that's what I was supposed to do. I don't think that was what he was supposed to do. And
no, but what I'm saying is he could have learned from you. You know what I mean? I know. I'm just. I know.
You want him to be something that just isn't how Vic operates, man.
No.
He was Vic. You know, Vic was one dimensional. He you know, and I accepted that. I accepted all of what he was about, and still learn from some of the things. But you know, you're over there in Spira world. It's like man, if you know, like trying to get inside Vic's head, let Vic alone. Let Vic alone. Let it be where it is.
Yeah.
All you're gonna do is mess it up. You know, you're gonna make it here or lay it over here. Leave him alone. Leave Vic alone as far as.
Well, I say it more. It's more so to me. It's a lesson everybody can learn. Just like, because I look at Vic, for anybody that does know, like all the Socrates and Plato, like Socrates let himself get killed. He didn't have to die. Like Socrates literally was going to go down with the ship because of the convictions of his philosophy, the convictions of his. You know, he just was not going to budge, and so he would rather them murder him than to. You know, that was Vic. That's what I'm saying.
And then the whole turnaround on this was that his transitioning, he looked at it as a trip.
Right.
Like, oh, okay. Like, if, like to get high, like, I guess what they're doing now is the mushrooms and the psychedelics on that level. This was his, oh, okay. He was like, okay, let's go with it, and I mean, he literally looked at it like a high, like, okay, like, I'm going to transition out, and that's all right. Thanks, but no thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Because he called me. He said, "Hey man, would you do that?" I was like, and that was the time, one of the times that he actually called me. So you could how it was that kind of way. He didn't call, you had to call. But that time he actually called me. And he's like, yeah, I was like, well.
Which is when something's really wrong.
I knew it was something up. It was something.
Yeah.
It was something he wanted. Like, he came over when I did the 8.5 months.
Mm-hmm.
And he lived there. He had to make a trip over to the house to see.
Right.
8 months now. Okay, let me go see what, because I think the buzz had got around to him, and so he came through the house with some excuse to be there. He was like, yeah, so something with the car, and so yeah, man, it was Vic was another kind of cat, man. I mean, he was one of the great people. He was one of the great people that passed by us, that we had a chance to know. I don't know a lot of people that could be as individual as him.
Yeah.
He was an individual, boy. That was on his on his mark, man. And I mean, and the backstory, man, when we write about that, man, you see the backstory of coming up and going through things and the things that he was dealing with while we were around, just yeah, man, it's some other stuff. Like, it's some stuff that could damage people for life, mentally, and it definitely had an effect on him, but he dealt with it in a way that he I guess it was how he dealt with it, man. How he dealt with it. Yeah, I remember that day.
Yeah, that was the day over at at the house in the basement. He cleaning out all the stuff in the basement, and he.
Hey man, you want to eat the pickles?
Yeah, I mean, we had these jars of 50-year-old jarred vegetables that is what they did in the fruit cellar down in the basement that had just never been used and never thrown away. And so we started cleaning some of that out. And he saw one of the jars. He's like, "Oh, these are still good." I mean, these are 50 years old. He's like, "Nah, give me that." And he took the jar, opened it up, he smelled it, and he started eating. He's like, "See, it's good." Then he literally picked one up and held it toward me like, you want one? I was like, no, thank you. I'm good.
That's big.
I'm good.
That was another kind of cat right there.
Now I was fasting at the time anyway, but yeah, that was yeah, man. I mean, you just don't have the opportunity to get around. It's like you call it the characters, folks
that
that
was
are
plug in. That was
yeah.
was like the real plug-in for us. I mean, like for everything to bloom in terms of the practice of the mucusless diet. He was the plug-in. He got everybody in that direction, and yeah, he was a motivator too, because he was doing things that was like, I mean, you're talking about somebody exhibiting freedom, man. I mean, just the way he carried himself, and you know, he didn't do anything but him,
Right.
you know, and so that was a beautiful cat, man, beautiful cat, and still have one of the greatest tones on saxophone that you ever heard,
Mm.
you know. And he didn't have a great horn either. I mean, he just, you know, just had a horn, but he wasn't playing a Selma.
No. Yeah.
Yeah, but boy, he sounded thick, you know. And so yeah, man, that was the good old days.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now we're into the good new things to come.
Yeah.
And so
Yeah, here's an old one. This in that same album. Yeah, this was. I mean, what's funny about some of these, because I don't know what camera was using, because it looks so old, like it's from the 70s or something. Like just how old the picture looks, but it's like 20.
old Polaroid camera or something.
Yeah, it's just, but yeah, this was about 20 years ago. 20 years ago, but this was just but that was the vibe. It's just music all the time, studying,
Where were we at?
practicing the diet. I actually don't remember. I think wasn't this Khalif's house or something, or something? Because I think we had went over there
for the birthday party.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. They didn't stay in that place long.
Right.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, they was just in there for a short period of time, but we did go over there for for an Earth Day celebration. I think for Khalid. I think it was his Earth Day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, man. Well, you pulling out all the
the back down, because it's like we say, the plug-in, and it was happening, like you said, in that period with the generating the magic, and it's like the formula to that. It was like there was a certain an attitude and a presence being. I've been contemplating the idea of bearing witness. It's like a lot of what we do in our life, we're bearing witness to the tragedy of nutrition. It's part of what we have to do, whether we like it or not. We have to bear witness, and then we're gonna tell the story. Whoever is left is gonna be the one required to tell the story. And in that period, there was just a lot of vibration. Just it shifts. Like you could feel things changing around us, like in the world, like all this stuff is happening now all around the world. Like even when people started going more plant-based, and we took credit for that, because the work that was being done was almost, it's like it changed the timeline. Things shifted over into this other direction, and it wasn't going to catch up to where we were trying to do, but it forced everything to get just a little bit better. And we still pushing, because we still, we keep pushing it. You got to keep pushing it. And so, yeah, but it starts started there. You started in those days, and just about the attitude. We always talk about like what does that mean to have an attitude where you're not going to compromise for doing what you know you need to do and what is right. There's no compromise, and you don't need permission from
some people
whatever.
look at it like some people don't look at it like that as far as making decisions about health. Health is wealth, and those kind of, I guess, little cliches. People don't think that taking care of themselves are first priority. They off into, jobs and schools and relationships and things like that. So when you prioritize the reconstruction of cleaning your bloodstream up, like how is that done? What's the steps? And what do you get? What what do you get? What would the universe, intelligent thought from the universe, think of the earth and its progress? What would you think they would say about the earth and what they see? Or if there was somebody, some intelligence somewhere else in the universe, and these planets got assessed, the earth.
Yeah, I mean, it would depend on how advanced they were, like where their perspective, because some of them, because you could have different categories of observation. So some of them would come and say, the earth is like a school for the soul, and they're on their soul's journey to learn, and their soul is learning. There's that. Then there's the people that's like, well, that's the prison planet, that the people that didn't deserve to be anywhere better, they're like, because at least go figure it out there first. If you can't figure it out on Earth, then you're not ready for nothing better than that.
I call it the yellow bus planet, the small yellow
right,
bus.
Yeah, the short bus.
The yellow bus, yeah. But when you take if there was to take an overall look from different planets and assess how the order has any other planet lost order like what we know this planet has gone through? I don't think Mars and all these planets that we don't identify with these names, I don't think they are if there's intelligence, why wouldn't it be intelligence? Hell, if we can be here on Earth, it's deep because we're the oxygen planet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So what is that? They're not, but we are. All when we look into the universe, all the other planets are not the oxygen planets. What made us so lucky or unlucky? Maybe oxygen is not the prime source.
Well, yeah. I mean, and when you start even getting into the realm of light beings, you don't even got to deal with the hydrogen at a certain point.
I mean,
but yeah,
well,
we got a while. We got some transitioning to do before we worry about any of that.
I think it might have started out like that.
Right.
And our degeneracy took us over into, wait a minute, y'all got to breathe oxygen now. Y'all just are so sick.
Right.
You know, all these gases. We got to put all these gases together so y'all can survive, because y'all are so hard headed. You know, you can't do the light thing. You can't do the sound thing. You can't do the radioactivity thing. You can't, you know, you can only do all these gases coming together creating oxygen. So let's do that. Let's see where that goes. And boy, have we failed.
Yeah. Yeah.
Our breathing has been a disappointment. You know, our breathing has been a big disappointment. It's not been pretty.
No.
So, you know, it's that's a sad commentary, man. That our breathing has not been it's not been like the thing that we should be doing. I mean, like the thing that you know, it's just not a good thing, man. It's like we're way off, man. We're way off in terms of how we live. We're way. There's nothing to pat ourselves on the back. There's nothing.
Yeah. Yeah. We, you know, we messed up. And
we messed up and in so many ways, and taken other things with us. You know, like we were the ones that was to create something and then we just destroyed everything. You know, like this annihilation, you know, it's just this kind of you know, suicide. You know,
now I'll share. So as we talking about like the light beings and all this stuff, so to do the mucus-free social, I had this little section and was doing all this little Spira analysis, but this is like what we're talking about. Like how can you take a being of light and degenerate it down to a being that must breathe oxygen in order to eliminate the waste that it has accumulated? And that's way before we even talk about eating food to eliminate waste, like just breathing oxygen to eliminate waste. But what would they look like? But yeah, this is our little take on the. So you start off with the light beings, then all of a sudden we start degenerating and eating stuff, and we got the serpent of the stomach starts taking over. It becomes God, and this is where we're at now. Basically, we're in this phase. We're in the serpent of the stomach, the intestines as God phase. But there's a few of us that are waking up to this fact. The mucus-free people that are starting to, and you can see we got like there's lemon juice here, and all of a sudden the serpent isn't doing as well with the mucus-free people. We're starting to come around, starting to wake up, and we were able to build transitional habitats and nations for the mucus-free people to transition back to where we should be at, something a little bit closer to where we came from. So we got a lot of work to do, but it starts off with a little bit of consciousness, just knowing just a little bit just a little bit. Most people have no clue about any concept of where they came from. And
well, people are too hard-headed with themselves, man. They don't want to give themselves over to just opening up, moving out the way, and following through with something, man. It's like we are.
because see, when we talk about transition, this is what I'm talking, because people are like, well, how long does transition take? How long does it take you to transition back here?
Hey, man,
because if you can do it in a few days, then brilliant.
Yeah, but the patience, that's what we're trying to get over to people.
It's a virtue. Yeah, it's one of the virtues of this lifestyle, the Mucusless diet, is patience.
Patience, man.
You got to
wait on it, and then understanding what's happening with you when you go through these falls.
Yeah.
Understand, you got to be able to identify it.
Yeah.
Like what's happening. Eric laid it out and said, this is what's going to happen. And it'll come in ways that might, make you go for the head fake, but basically obstruction, you got those rare cases where there's something else happening, but just your general one-on-one transition with occasional falls.
Yeah. Well, one thing I've been saying recently is, so if we go back to this era that we're in, the gluttony, supremacy of the snake, supremacy of the intestine and the stomach. Imagine, so we talk about physiological karma, cause and effect. All of the generations worth of improper living, you're going to have to process it and eliminate it. Now, if you understand transition from that perspective, if you were to take how many generations of your relatives and your ancestors went through these periods, if you were to take on all of that physiological karma at one time, generally that would be a fail elimination. Most people, and I don't know anybody that could actually take on all of their physiological karma and eliminate it at one time. Not at once. We're too weak. We could not do that.
Not at once. It would take you out, probably.
Yeah, it would take you out. It'd be a fatal elimination. What you do with the Mucusless Diet Healing System is you're able to slowly over time eliminate generations and generations worth of physiological karma and pay that debt.
But you're doing that work in a fashion of basic 101 transition, like really staying on the real basic.
Staying consistent. Yeah,
Consistent discipline, consistency, discipline. Being self-motivated. No dibbing and dabbing. No 1 foot in, 1 foot out. That's where you find, like I always say about, give me 10 years. I'll talk to you in 10 years. Let's see, can you hang? Because.
Well, but that's why my mission is to make it okay, to feel okay, to be socially okay, to transition, because what happens is people see you and you're like fasting for two years in a row or that kind of thing. And so
20 years before that.
But that's what I'm saying. But you have to explain that. It's hard for people to understand that, because we're in that monkey see, monkey do reality.
I didn't meet you until I was 20 years in.
Right.
So what he seen when he came into the picture, where physiologically there was just a lot of stuff going on, man. You know, I mean, there was the city was in turmoil. You remember with the board, what was it?
The riots and
the rebellion.
Yeah.
And so Spira came along at that time and kind of was right out of high school, and was into college, and he was in his college life trying to do that. You know, he was like, okay, this is new, college, living away from home, and then you meet myself and Vic. It's like, of all the people you can meet, all the black folks you can meet, you know what I mean? You run into me and Vic and Katz and Chuck, and oh man, you just the whole cast of characters.
Right. Which is what I was looking for. I mean, that's the thing. You tend to find, if you have an intention and you put something out there, it's like that, the law of attraction. You find what you, because that's exactly what I was looking for. Like, I wanted to hang out with I'm reading about stories of Charlie Parker. Like that, like just that. I'm like, where are those people at? Where's those crazy musicians? I found them.
And I mean, just all of the scourge of the time.
Right.
And I remember your aunt just kind of sizing us up the first time.
Right.
The first time she seen me was up in Dayton. You remember?
Yeah. Yeah, that Pasha's. Yeah.
Yeah, what was the place called?
Pacha's, I think.
Pacha's, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember that.
That was the first time we physically met. I think we had talked on the phone even before.
Yeah.
And man, she just was like, she didn't know what it was going. She just kind of just sat back, and I could just tell she just was like, "Whoa, what has this cat walked home?" Like,
right, yeah.
Bringing a animal, a puppy home, and so it's like, what is like the but yeah, that was deep. I never. It's funny, but when I think about your aunt, I think about your aunt a lot. But I would always ask her. I said, yeah. I said, she'd come and hear us play, or hear Mike play when he would do recitals, and we'd all be there too. But particularly when we was doing the Breath, Air, and Ensemble things, and she would come and I say, afterwards, I said, what did you think? She's like, I like that, but I didn't like that.
Yeah.
I like that, but I didn't like that. She said, but I like that.
Yeah.
It was like, I like that, but I didn't like that. See, I didn't like that, but I like, she was just, she would just be cringing, man, seeing you with face paint on. She's like, what are these cats? Like, what? Is this supposed to be college? So it was something, man.
Well, it's one of those, yeah, because I mean, she knows my. It's like that. rebellious type of thing, but that's an generally the rebelliousness at that age would take a different route, where the rebelliousness wouldn't be about doing enemas and not eating dead animal flesh, and it's like the rebelliousness would be the other direction, like, well, I'm a smoke, I'm a drink, I'm a do drugs, I'm gonna go, which I did that in high school, but when this came around, now the rebelliousness is I'm not eating at fast food restaurants. I'm not eating restaurants at all. I'm not eating dead animal flesh anymore. And that's what I hope to inspire or foster in some generation of young people. I don't know if it'll be this generation, but one of these generations eventually, the teenagers, that's going to be the way that you rebel against your parents. Is your parents is like, okay, we're going to McDonald's. You just look at like, no, I don't eat McDonald's. Well, no, that's what we're eating. If you're going to live under my roof, you're going to eat my pus. It's like, no, I got my own food. We went down and we got some apples, so I'm good. Y'all can go. Like that's the rebelliousness. Back in the 50s, all the the Dean and that whole vibe. It's like what is the version of rebelliousness that the young people would have?
I think the day is here for that. It's not rapid, but
yeah. I mean, there's there's a few, and it's coming.
Could you imagine? Remember with the children of the sun, what they were saying when we took them out?
Mm-hmm. Right.
And I mean, so I mean, it's here, and it's folks across the country who have intelligent children
mm-hmm.
that are kind of leading the parents. And we got to make better choices. But I mean, it's not where you want it at, like the
countercultural movement. In the way in the 60s when you had all the parents in the 50s, everything was real. You got to do it by the letter of the law, son, and then the 60s came and there just the whole hippie piece was like, nah, Vic came like, nah, I ain't living like that. I'm gonna do what I want to do and dress how I want to dress, live, be back to nature minded, that whole piece. And so that's what I want to see, is that large scale countercultural movement that just destroys,
well, that is gonna happen. I mean, at least that much is gonna happen.
Yeah,
because it's like 1 + 1 = 2. Where the youth and the elders don't, they're gonna always be combative in time. So right. Yeah, that's gonna happen in that way. I just wish it would happen. I mean, because now what you see in the society in terms of the younger people, when I say younger people, now, I mean, I'll be 65. So the younger people are 40s, 30s, 20. I mean, like really looking at these attitudes of how like watching them, man, and how their whole era socializes, and it's like no boundaries. I mean, anything go. I was telling somebody, I said, now, like if a man was to hit on a woman, like you're interested, we didn't used to have to say to the woman, like, okay, now, are you into women? You know what I mean? We had to check. We got to check. You got to check now. You got, what I mean? This is it's another kind of thing, man. Like that's not the normality of it.
Yeah, I mean, what I see is I see a lot of uh, a lot of depression and just real at a fundamental level, just totally unhappy.
Totally.
Has no clue.
I agree with that. I agree with that. And that kind of depression and being unhappy creates chaotic behavior.
Right.
Yeah.
And deeper addiction. Because
yeah.
when you meet most people, and we talk about this, but sometimes I don't think people really understand what we're saying. But it's when you meet anybody, you're not meeting them. You're meeting their pus representative. If they're a pus eater, because you take their drugs away from them, take their coffee, take their whatever their stimulant is, their weed, and see how they operate, see how with it they are, or see if they're happy.
Well, they have the behind closed door life. You know, I mean, people go to these jobs and act one way, and you know, it's kind of like, you know,
yeah. But what I'm saying is a lot of the drugs. I mean, some of the worst stuff is acceptable. That's culturally to have the coffee. That's totally acceptable.
I mean, all of those. I mean, there's nothing good about the deaf culture. There's nothing good.
Right.
What can you name in our culture that's good? I mean, other than the practice of the mucusless diet, I guess. But okay, what else? What else can we rah about and cheer about?
Well, I like the public library systems, and I like the park systems.
Okay. So
those are my two things.
okay. I mean, those are yeah. I mean, the library systems are. I mean,
these days, obviously, the internet kind of
took away the library piece and the people wanting to read, you know, reading.
Because that was just a different, and you could, you know, that the experience of just going down in the basement of one of them big libraries. It just has a billion books, and you just going, because you're going to see things that you never would have saw if you're just looking on a computer.
I had those experiences with my friend Chuck Fowler, who used to work at the library, and he worked like 11 to 7 in the morning. And I remember going to work with him sometimes, just going down there and doing the whole shift, and down in the belly of the whale of the library. You didn't even know this part exists because you're not allowed down there.
Right.
Just books and albums and all kind of texts. And this was, you know, somebody I used to love to read. You know, I used to love to read. Now I'm kind of, you know, like, man, especially authors.
Well,
you know,
at a certain point,
authors are not like the author. We just lost Nicky Giovanni. People like James Baldwin, Callie Cullum, you know, just all these, even Steinbeck and all those cats, man. Hemingway. I mean, at least the writing was on a level.
Yeah.
That was like, you know. But now, man, the books that are read, I mean, that are written now, man, the authors are writing like they haven't really studied the language.
Yeah, no, it's bad.
I mean, read a Stanley Crouch essay. That's all I ask. So just read a Stanley Crouch, regardless if you agree with him or not, because we didn't agree.
Right. On much of anything, yeah.
Anything, but his writing was just eloquent in how he made his points. You know, you know, so that's all I'm saying, man. Is we failing the physiology piece is look, if you're not talking about the physiology piece, then you're not talking. I mean, we said it for years. We keep saying it. This is where it starts. This is how you put it back together again, is you have to deal with the physiology piece. Controlling what you're putting in your mouth is when somebody used the term being an adult, that tells you everything of what you're putting in your mouth, of how adult you are. If you could spend 24 hours a day with somebody and just watch what they put in their mouth, that'll show you how adult they are. Or are they adolescent and just don't know and just are ignorant? And that's what you see coming around. Here goes another chance next week, another chance to eat like gluttons, to go out and invest in money to try to make people think that you love them more than you really do. I mean, it's like, because if you have real love for them, you would be doing something like this, getting yourself together. You wouldn't be buying all this crap. And so it's such a phony holiday with people acting so phony and so ridiculously amused and sweetened in their ignorance. It's a sad thing, man, to watch. We were talking about that earlier, about how where did the snowballs and the Christmas trees and all the I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, and this was so linked into what they describe as the Queen James version of the book, and over in Africa wasn't no snow. You know what I mean? Where did they get this landscape of having a merry Christmas of a big fat white guy in a sleigh now, flying through the air, no engine. Yeah, these deers can fly. I mean, it's just so ridiculous. I mean, there we go. There we go. And people just think they're just so I don't know what they think.
So this is sophisticated lovers of wisdom, like Plato said, the lovers of wisdom.
These are our preachers. These are our teachers. These are, and they keep the lie. What do you say? Keep the lie alive. It's like, what did Kwame Ture say? You let the people. What do you say? You let a white guy. This was talking to black men. You let a white guy take the credit for buying your children.
Mm-hmm.
For buying your children presents.
Right.
You let a white guy take the credit for something you done bought for your children. And you're all right with that. So look how ridiculous they look.
Mm-hmm. It's like, this is, what were they eating? That's the only question that needs to be asked. What were they eating?
Or what are they eating? Not were. They're eating there. They're
Right, yeah. What are they eating? Yeah.
What are they eating and shit? I mean, you can find. I mean, I'm quite sure you can find some of them eating videos on Christmas.
Oh yeah.
Especially go to a black family, a Christmas See if you can find a black family on Christmas with the big spread, man, and look how ridiculous that is. It doesn't get no more ridiculous than chitlins and oxtails and the best potato salad in the world. I make the best potato salad. You know, potato salad you could build a wall with. You know. Yeah, there we go. There we go.
The vitality our African ancestors would be so proud of us.
We're at Aunt Mildred's house now. Now we at Aunt Mildred's. Now, there we go.
There you go. There's a sweet potato pie.
That is not a pumpkin pie for all the Caucasians.
Sweet potato pie.
Sweet potato pie.
And this is so I cheated. This is actually from Thanksgiving, but this is Thanksgiving soul food offers win. It's same thing. Offers window into African American culture.
What's the difference? What do they have on Christmas that they don't have on Thanksgiving? I mean, what can you think of any food that's primarily a Christmas?
No, it's the same.
Same stuff.
It's the same stuff. Oh, it's so cultural. They have an African thing in the background.
Oh yeah, well,
inspired.
I've heard of Kwanzaa. I've heard of it. I've heard of Kwanzaa, so it's I've heard of Kwanzaa. So yeah, man, So all you can bring me some gifts, I'll take them. I tell you what I need. I need some cymbals. Need some drum heads, and I need my invisible drumsticks. You remember? The one.
Right.
Looking for them. So if anybody wanna hook me up with the sticks and the air, I guess it's the air drumming, but they got some got a device out. So I'm looking for that. So.
Boy, that's where you want to see the sign of the times and the level of censorship. We had our little video clip, Soul Food Killed More Black People Than the KKK, had been up since 2005, and they took it down like months ago.
Yeah, well, I mean,
they are like this goes against the community guidelines, and this is mean. This is not. It's like. You got videos on here of cops shooting people, and isn't that mean?
They don't look, man. They look. You telling people to stop eating pig and all that, man. That's blasphemy. What are you, man? We know that got to come, but some cops shooting a black man in the head 12 times. No, that's life. Right. That's life. It's life as we know it, and we need to see it. We need to see it on YouTube. So, yeah, what finger goes up to YouTube, so whatever. What finger goes up to them. So.
Good old soul food. It's like literally a whole month doesn't even pass, and you're back at somebody's house eating all manner of constipating.
They're not back. They don't stop.
They don't stop.
They don't stop, man. It's all kind of little pre-Thanksgiving, then after Thanksgiving, leftovers, and then it goes into the Christmas now. Christmas started in September. I was looking at Kroger's, man. They had up Christmas ornaments in September, in August probably. I mean, they get you thinking like, they get in your head real early now.
Right. And oh, have you ever seen Goodbye Uncle Tom movie?
Is that the name of it? Is it?
Not Uncle Tom's Cabin. No, it's Goodbye Uncle Tom. Because see, that's a Brady actually he turned me on to this because it's something I'm surprised it never circulated. It was an Italian movie, but I'd never heard it being talked about. But it's got to be the most intense thing ever put on film that dealt with slavery.
I think, okay, so
you probably know, I'm sure you've heard about it, or
I heard about it, but I've never seen it. I think somebody said, I'm trying to think, was it Takor or somebody mentioned it to me or somebody?
Yeah, it's worth a watch because it goes. I mean, I was gonna show some clips. I can't even show clips of it because it's that because basically these Italian filmmakers think they went to Haiti and they had kind of plugged in with the guy, with the dictator or whoever was running the country. So they got all these extras that were like young black children and just all like age, the real age that you would see. And man, there's very little clothing. There's nudity all over the place just because it's literally like children that are nude because that are being sold on an auction block and whooped and raped, and it goes hard. But it's one of those where because it was a foreign film and they did a lot to suppress it, but I am a little surprised that it didn't really filter into the black conscious community a little bit. To where, because that definitely should have been on the list and been a video like passing that around, because that was just
it don't get passed around. It needs to get passed around, and it doesn't. It doesn't get passed around. I mean, we've seen things like that time after time, man. That you be like, you find something and you bring it back. Well, I thought that about Arnold Eric's Mucusless Diet book. I was like, I thought I found, I was like, wow, I'm bringing this back to the conscious community. And shoot, they looked at me like, they would say, oh, well, some of the information is good. They would rip off the front page. I can't have a book with with the European on it. Huh? It's like, you got a Bible.
Really.
I did that twice, man. Somebody did that twice. They just ripped the page off the front. I can't have them. Like, damn.
Yeah.
So, man, I don't know. It's interesting, man, just to see the things that are surfacing. And we got a new skunk. I mean, was it Trump? Skunk. Donald Skunk. And so get ready for some real comedy.
Entertainment.
Yeah, for real. Get ready, because it's gonna, if you take this clown seriously.
Yeah, I mean, this has just been an era of psyops, just psychological operations, just one after another. It's like pandemic. Now they got drones flying around, and then now they're saying, oh, well, it's nuclear. Somebody left a nuclear bomb there. We're just using the drones to see if we can find it. And it's all over the place, man. You, at a certain point, you definitely learn how to just block that out. Just do your enema, and I stay abreast of what's going on, but it's just like, see, well, So where how we're different, I'm more likely to know what's going on nationally and internationally. I have no clue what's happening locally at all. I mean, at all. I have zero clue. Like, you'll start talking about things that are happening locally. I'm like, how do you know that? Like, it's like,
I mean, the only thing I do, if anything, is Facebook, and I haven't been doing a lot of that, but I do. I mean, that, and I go to the other sites now more, like the Instagram, because more people are trying to get me to see what they do. Man, I'm sending it to you on Instagram, man. I want you to, and so, but you see the local stuff, and it's not getting any better locally.
Yeah. No, local stuff is depressing. Is even more depressing to me.
It is. It really is. Is the conscious level is happy slave narrative in every case. It's like, if you can't beat them, join them mentality. The men are so docile. The women have out their minds. They're not plugged in on any kind of reality where they should be at. You talk about that percentage of on each side, the men and the women. It's just not that many conscious, honest, dedicated individuals around that really know how to take it somewhere. Take whatever, they don't, now it's just it's few and far between. I have to do a shout out for Mothership Center. They're there, Mawusi and Kulip, and they were there on those videos that we showed earlier in the living room. They were there. So they have the Mothership Center in Cincinnati, Ohio. That's a woman wellness center, but she's having mercy on the men too. She ain't forgot about us, and so it's like it can be a beacon that can stretch all the way across the world and do great work. It all depends on them and how plugged in they stay on their livid and understand what they represent. Is the plug-in. That's the plug-in.
Plug-in, right. Yeah.
They are the plug-in, and you have to, when people plug in, they got to be able to receive something. So you got to stay on your post. You can't waver.
Right. And this is an event that is coming up soon.
Okay.
That you're going to be performing at.
Oh yeah.
So I figured give a plug to the event.
Yeah, it's Stan Nelson. He's a percussionist in the community. He loves the congas, and primarily the congas, and the hand drum, but the congas. He loves it, man. And he's been playing for, I don't know, probably 60, 70 years maybe. But he's always at every event in the community, like the Kwanzas, the Marcus Garvey Days, the African Liberation. He's at every one of those events, playing his music for people as you come in, as you go out, you know. So so we all kind of put our heads together and just, you know, decided to honor him. And it just happens to be his birthday on the 24th. And so we turned it into more of a birthday celebration, but it is an honoring of a man that is 92, I think. We're having debates whether or not he's 91 or 92. So
yeah. So that's on the 24th of December, 5 o'clock at the Mothership Center in Cincinnati, Ohio, off of Reading Road. So yeah, so come on through. If you're in town,
you in
something
that area, come through. It's gonna be nice, man, because we're gonna play. I know Spira's gonna show up and play, and so we're gonna have like a jam session with some real capable musicians. And then we're gonna do some drum stuff with all the drummers, you know, and it's gonna be something, man. You know, bring your earplugs. There's gonna be a lot of drumming going on, and you know, we have a rhythm section, so you know, people who can sing, you know, come and we can play a tune, you know. If you can sing, you know, come on up and we'll do a tune. You know, we have capable musicians who can play this stuff. All you have to do is call it out. If you sing, you know, if there's any women or men, but who sing, you know, it's a jam session type of situation. So yeah, man. So yeah, the Mothership Center, man. We're so proud of that couple. They've been together too. They're another leading couple in the community that's been together for, ooh man, I'll say close to 40 years probably. I don't know if it's 40, but it's something like that. And they raised how many children? Was it 7? 6, 7?
7, right?
7, yeah. And they have the youngest is a 10-year-old. So so I don't think Mawusi is done yet. You know, we used to say they always got a baby in the house, man. So you know, he got the 10-year-old, so he's growing up. Got to replace it with a little infant, you know. So all right, Philippe Mawusi. All right, we need to see, you know. And you know, they name all of their children with the letter A. All of the children, you know. I don't, you know. I've never asked them why that was. Why they chose that, you know. But they do, you know. So yeah, man. Other than that, man, what else is happening?
Well, what you've been doing physiologically? Everybody will want to know. You've been fasting, you've been eating, you've been getting like where have you been at?
I've been eating. I've been eating. I've been fasting. I've been eating. Yeah, man. You know, I've been fasting. I've been eating. So I'm actually starting one tomorrow. So that's my push. Actually a dry fast. One, you know, so maybe I can get Sister Pinky to start the dry fast. She's been wanting to dry fast. We've been talking, so she's going through something. So maybe we can get her to Start the dry fast. I'm gonna start mine tomorrow. So, so yeah, that's what I've been doing. Is eating, fasting, and I'm upset that I can't get. Khalif said it's time for me to go inward. You know, he said, "Doug, man, you done everything else. You know, like now, you know, you got to go in. You know, so okay, you know, I'm listening. Okay, how can I get in? You know, I'm just contemplating. Like I say, my Earth Day is a few days off, so I'm really been thinking about a lot of things. You know, a lot of things are happening. So I'm on the move. So so those, you know, that's what's happening, man. It's just trying to, you know, it's like trying to dodge the bullet. You know, they're pointing at you. You know, this society, man, is like a bullseye on our head, man. You know, they wanted to, you know, it wants to destroy you. That's what the deaf culture achievements. You know, it's like the deaf culture achievement award is if it can destroy people, and how it takes them out. You know, and you get the Deaf Culture Achievement Award. You know, he committed suicide. You know, she went out because she was depressed. She had leukemia. He ran into a car. You know, I mean, it's like because he was high.
So what award would you give this fine young man? We're going to do a case study here. So we have a fine young man that has started a family with dolls. So this is his wife. He's feeding her.
A fine young cage. We would.
But you know, he's got children.
Okay, I see. Okay, can Eric Village heal him?
I don't know if he could get to the village part, but one of our outposts, yeah. one of the outposts that's miles and miles away from the core village.
You can't get to the village. You gotta be on the out.
Yeah. We got a place for him.
Right across
a little further out
from the pop machine, you know.
Right.
You say right across the street from the pop machine. You know, that's where you would be posted. Yeah, well, mental illness is real, bro. You know, but you know, I mean, you never know when cats do something like this just to go viral.
Well, no, I think this was a real one. This one's been circulating for a while, but this is a thing that I've seen, at least in documentaries and certain places in Asia. I think Japan is a spot, but where guys are basically, because you're worried about asking a woman what her persuasion is, but in some of these countries, they gave up to the point where it's just like, we ain't even dealing with another human. We're just gonna get a doll, and that's like prevalent now in some of these places. Just guys I'm gonna just get a doll, and that's it, man. So it's not an isolated incident.
And be happy.
Yeah, be happy. Yeah, this is I mean, this is the future that some people want. There's some folks that are they would rather us live this lifestyle and that be the future than
and we supposed to think that is normality.
Well, they wanted to transition us there, so they're working on it. But some places, it's like I said, this dude he's making sure the dolls are well fed. He's taking care of everybody. So it's like you said, mental illness, but that's the thing, is this is not as isolated of an incident as you would imagine. Like there's a element that is making that in some places to be more of a normality.
Well, it's still mental illness.
Oh, of course.
Pus and mucus is raging. Pus and mucus is raging, Jack. So I mean, that's what that's about. Just it's done got that bad.
Yeah.
Got that bad. But and I'd have to say, boy, dealing with the women.
You say you don't. You don't.
That's such a bad idea.
Like I don't condone it, but I understand.
No, I ain't mad at you, bro. Sometimes, boy. Whew,
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard. This is a hard era trying to deal with relationships.
Whoa, man, it is. It's more than a notion, bro. Like I'm kind of glad I've done it. Not that I'm not against it happening, but I could live with it not happening. Like if it never happens again in my life. Like that kind of relationship.
Mm-hmm.
I've done it. I've done that. So I got that out of my system.
Yeah, this is all of these pictures are under the banner. Pus and mucus is a hell of a drug.
Man, well,
like turn off the lights, light a candle.
That's another level. That's another level of it used to be the fake, it was the fake body bag or whatever, the woman, the blow up doll. So that was in the privacy of people's bedroom. Now he's introducing his family to
the dolls.
Yeah. This is we're having a birthday party for little Bobby. Come over and.
Yeah, and I always like to expose the absurdity, just because I know what happens to a lot of us is friends and family. They start trying to belittle you or make you feel as if you're weird or you're strange because you're not partaking in the pus and the mucus eating. And then, but it's like, well, they're a part of this. Like they're closer to this than you are, because this is based on pus and mucus world right here.
Oh man! Oh, tell me about it. That's pus and mucus du jour. Yeah, that's to the 10th power right there.
Yeah, so it's a weird. But it's like they say this is what it looks like. I gotta try to say, humans, there's no guarantee that we don't go extinct. We got to get it together before that happens. So at least a couple of us need to get it together to before that happens, to perpetuate the species, because obviously the species, it wouldn't perpetuate with that.
So
You know, that's
so what side are you on? What side can you choose the side to say, okay, if this is extinct, and so do we try to help it where we can be alone?
well, I'm talking about well, if humanity is extinct, I'm talking about that'd be all of us.
Well,
But we can, I mean, it can get whittled down to just a few of us, which I think it's possible that happens. But I don't want that to happen. I'm not trying to make that happen. But
I don't know if that's so bad. A few of us.
I mean, the reality, it is what it is.
A few rational people, you know.
Yeah.
A few rational people.
As I've been saying, that there's going to be that big divide where on one side it's just going to be all of this type of stuff and man versus food and just the gluttony all over the place, and degeneration and sickness is just going to get worse and worse, and deeper, weirder diseases and just things coming out of nowhere, where instead of 1 out of every 10 babies being born with some kind of issue, it'll be like 1 out of every 3 babies or so. I mean, it's just going to get ridiculous in that world if you stay on that path, and you believe in that and you want to go down that path, and it's not going to get any better there. They already want to put chips in everybody, and the neural links and all that, all that stuff is here, and they don't have to force it on anybody because people want it. They want to be a cyborg. They want to be half machine, half whatever they think they are now.
App, the human app.
The human app, yeah.
No, the human app. That's where we at. And but man, I mean, it's like, do you think there is one way on how to heal people?
Well, what do you mean one way to heal people?
One way to heal people, one method.
No, not one method. Now a system where you combine a series of methods. Yeah. Not one method by itself.
Okay. Well, that system would that be the Mucusless Diet Healing System?
Yes. Because the system is a series of methods. It's a compilation of methods and a mindset to go with it, where you can decipher and judge various methodologies if it's rational or not. That's what Eric did, that whole analysis of other dietary systems or methods or whatever you want to call it. And so for me, almost more important than anything is the mindset, learning and understanding the mindset, because if you have the mindset at your disposal, then you can kind of figure it out when things go outside of the book. When there's things that happen that are not discussed or not covered in the book, you can use the mindset to discern the logic and come up with answers to problems that are serious problems, that are real problems that might not be addressed. So I'm an advocate for the mindset.
All right. Spoken like a true birthday boy. Yeah, okay. So you only could have said that, what you just said, on your 42nd birthday.
But what do you think?
I'm I'm pretty much I think that wow. I think that there is a real light at the end of the tunnel for those uh, who are like at fever's pitch with cleaning themselves up, like like really dedicating themselves to it, and no compromise, and nothing. I mean, it's like there's
But
nothing.
what you're describing and displaying is a mindset. That's not in the mucusless diet. What you just said. That's a
Well,
mindset that you brought to the table.
well, the mind. Okay, but the mindset. I think the mind starts the process, and the work. The work has to be uncompromising. We have to
Right.
just have to be uncompromising and pay the consequences of the choices that we make, because we do this.
Yeah. But you just proved my point. What
Yeah.
what I'm saying, because you know how many people read the Mucusless Diet book over the year. Why is it so? Hirsch, they published 1924, and you got Hirsch that kept the book in print and promoting all these people. Why is it that the out of all the people that ever read the book, so many different interpretations of what was in the book, but it took what you're saying right there, that's not in the book.
Well,
That's an attitude that you're bringing to the book.
it took a cat like Vic to interpret Eric in a kind of a new world order of way, like he had to interpret Eric with a scientific critique of what Vic knew about the Black world. And he looked at this, what Eric, and Eric references. Vic was big on the references, like, hey man, you gotta look at the references,
Right.
And so he looked at the references, and he got into the references, and he's seen what this was really about. He kind of seen what this was really about, and had a way of explaining immortality that was unlike anybody. It was unlike anybody. And so that's that's the way I'm thinking about what it is that we have to do with what we're trying to do, man. Is we have to get rid of all that fear. Can't be afraid on no level. Can't show no fear of putting yourself back together. Like I say, being consistent, showing discipline, willing to go through the falls and come out of the falls, still fighting, still swinging, like, not discouraged. That's what we run into a lot, is them falls can discourage people away from, and we see a basic transition is boring. You know what I mean? They just get bored. They think something's supposed to happen. in a year, 2 years, 3, 4 years, they get, oh man, I'm not, it's that consistency of being able to hang 10 years and wait it out.
Right.
And wait it out, man. It was like, when we first met and I had that big old thing on I was like, yeah, man, this is cool. I got this. I got it. I know exactly what to do. I was going through, I was just eating fruit, I think. And was I eating the fruit before the 8.5-month fast? I was.
Well, you had did the year on fruit before we met.
Yeah.
Like you had just got done with that.
Yeah.
You had talked about it. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So yeah.
But that thing you had said you finally, because it was getting smaller and smaller for months, and you finally got tired of it. You dry fasted to get it out, like totally get rid of it.
Yeah, just totally get rid of it. And I am an advocate of dry fasting for as long as you can go. Damn what Lauren Lockman is talking about and that crap he's about, right at you, Lauren, like, I think you're an idiot. So, that's Brother Air. I'm saying it's not Spira. I think you're an idiot, and I don't think you are a valid person to be trying to help people with their physiology. It's like when Eric said, yeah, man, people me and my friend, people thought we was Indians. See, Lauren Lockman, do that kind of work. Has anybody ever identified you as an Indian? Because you were darker? No, hell no. See, we talking about work. Eric was doing the work. See, that's when people start talking to me about the work, about they're doing work. I'm like, that was work. When he said, man, he was recognizing me like I was, from India. I was so dark. So, them cats can't talk about that. Can't talk about, because they still believe that, it's like boastfully calling themselves a race of people. That's what Eric said. Yep. They still believe that. They still believe that is normal. So, like I say, don't be rushing my inbox. Oh, you're racist, brother. This is Eric. Eric said all this. Now, Lauren Lockman can hit my inbox, and talk about me or whatever, because he's a punk. He's nothing but a big old punk. He ain't gonna. He ain't gonna confront nobody. He's a big old punk. So I have no respect for him at all. At all. So, so yeah, man, but that's, that's how I feel about all that, about dealing with the society of it's like this whole thing, man, out here is, even when you see, like, you go and you see an event or a club and bars and people, a festival of people, and you see the gathering, man, it's just like a celebration of ignorance. It's like nobody is celebrating the right thing. Because at all those celebrations, you have all that mucus and pus around it. So,
right.
it's like there's no rational thought going on when you come in and say, hey, man, this is not cool. This is we should not be assigning value to this.
Here's the quote that we were talking about where Eric says, when I appeared with my friend in a public air bath after having lived for several months on a mucusless diet with sun baths, we looked like Indians and people believed that we belonged to another race. And this was just one of the few pictures that we have of him where he's looking pretty dark. You can compare him to the people he's with. They're not in this, they're cut out of this picture, but it's not just the photo. So you can compare it to normal looking white folks, and he's like a whole different color.
Yeah.
Just in case people didn't know what we're talking about.
Well, I was hoping that we're talking to some educated
yeah, most people do.
Book people who read the book and know what we're talking about. Now they might not know about Lauren Lockman, but most of the group does know about it. I challenged Lauren Lockman to a charity boxing match. Now we can
see y'all. So brother Aaron's over here picking fights.
I want to like raise some money, man, for some charity, and we can give all the money to.
What'd you say? Like you drive fast and he's water fast.
If I lose, I'll give all my money to Talawanda Water. Because that's what he promotes his water fasting. And he said he can cure anything in 21 days or something? It's water fast. I'm like, yeah, okay. All right, man. So yeah, I dislike the guy, man. I just dislike the guy. I think he's a phony, man. If he's a phony and he doesn't have good information that elevates the human spirit or physiology. I mean, when you try to take credit for things, man, look, I talk about the practice of the Mucusless Diet Healing System. I didn't write that book. So I don't be saying what I think this is like this and this is my thing. I talk about the Mucusless Diet Healing System. That's what I try to promote. He promotes his shit. Excuse my language. He promotes his thing. Like this is something he done came up with. It's like, get out of here with all that foolishness. You will end up dead. Like we know some friends of ours have ended up dead. So, So yeah, Lauren, let's box for the heart. Or box for the stroke victims or whatever. We can let's go. Let's try to raise some money. So.
I'm gonna one thing we just Reese just reminded me as he just brought up, said, hey professor, what do you think about the recipe archive that we're developing on Mucus-free Social? So I'll share what we got going on. And Reese he's been making some real cool little recipe videos. That's on the exclusive platform. But yeah, we got it. This is just one of the little perks when you join the membership. You get access because people, man, that's the one thing I've just heard. Oh, it just year after year, everybody's like, "Where's your recipe book and where's the recipes and that?" And I just my brain, I'm not a, it's my brain don't work like that. Where I'm just like, because to me, once you have the mindset, then you should be able to create billions of recipes. But I've been told that that's not how everybody's mind works. That we need recipes. So we got, we're just basically putting we're going to have hundreds of recipe videos and stuff in here for people to get access to as soon as you join the membership. You get in here. This is the apple with the date sauce. That's one that's worth the cost of admission by itself. Monica's date sauce. That stuff is off the chain. So yeah, this is time for the plug. I'll put the link to the membership as we talk about community, talking about plugging in. Again, this was the reason, one of the reasons, like how can we best do it now, and give people a chance. And then because all it is opportunity. That's all I look at. What I try to do is just create opportunities, and that's it. Because you can't do anything more than that. You can create some information, set up a space where people get together, but then the people have to find value in it. The people got to find value in it and then plug in and support it and everything else. So yeah, but you can see what we got going here for our recipe archive. And this is just the beginning. We're going to be adding a whole bunch of stuff to the archive. There's a bunch of what else we got in here? We got so what you do get, just to go over what's in the membership, is you got the 7-day easy mucus removal system, which is really just the Mucusless Diet Healing System, with me leading you through the lessons and kind of giving an introduction to the lessons, just like a little mini course. And so if you don't have access to that yet, you get access to that. Then every other week we got the Q&A sessions with me. So whatever ailments you're going through or whatever's happening, come on down, sit down, talk about it, go over it, and get a game plan, and help you through that. Then we have accountability element, the accountability calls. I always call it the accountability opportunity, because again, you got to want to do it. You got to put yourself in that space to get that support. And but we can create the opportunity for you. We got the membership library, and we're going to be putting all kinds of stuff in there. I'm writing new articles, and basically just everything that's of a high level is going into the membership that I create from now on. Like, I create something, it's like I'm putting it in the membership for people that are serious, because we've seen what happens. And even like Brother Air talk about, like, yeah, there's a lot of people that bought the book, but how many of those people are here and practicing the diet? But with some support and some plug-in, a little bit of community can go a long way in terms of helping somebody stick with it and start to create this vibration, creating this space of excellence, man. We trying to create, at least for me, I'm into having just a group. It's like a group of people physiologically on that high level, but also you can walk into any situation and it's just from your intellect just scares everybody out. Like, there's nobody can say nothing to you, or you just, because you're well studied, you have the experience. You got some experience under your belt, and then you get into a situation where there is, see, that's what the other difference now is. See, before something happened, it was just us. It was our little army versus like the world or versus whoever. Now there's a crew. So something goes down, it's like, okay, you got some backup now. And we've already had put that in action where people, we're not, like we like to say, we're not pacifists. People are like, well, aren't you all, it's like, nah, we ain't pacifists. So you start messing with one of our peoples, and it's not going to end well for the opposing party. And so that's the thing that, again, that didn't exist before. Not like that. It was just a couple of us that would have to show up with the, and regulate. But now we got the swarm where it's like, nah, we're ain't dealing with that. So anyway, encourage everybody to jump in, join the membership, and the price is going to be going up soon. As far as, like, if you get in now, you can get it in at this level, this price point for life. If you wait too long, it is going to go up. Then that's, you're going to miss out on the best opportunity, the best price. But yeah, Mucus-free social, because I've been so close to shutting down my Facebook. I mean, the only reason at all that I have a Facebook account is for Mucusless Diet, just doing the work that we're doing. Is straight evangelism. Like, I'm not on there socializing. I'm not like, nah.
The only reason you have a Facebook account is to communicate with me, because I'm the only one.
I know. Well, yeah, because you're on there, and like, and I still surprised that you use a messenger, which is like the worst messaging thing in the world to use, is messenger.
It's easy for me, man. I mean, that's the easiest thing in the world, man. It's just, it's almost like I can voice activate it, man. Like, it just works, man. So but I don't do a lot. I don't do a lot.
Yeah. But that's just like a thing. I like, of all of the social media platforms, I probably enjoy Instagram the most, just as far as like a place that just doesn't make me sick to my stomach, where I can kind of have a little fun.
I didn't know you could call on Instagram. Like, I got
yeah, I mean, I mean, I never do, but you can with the messenger in there, you can call and do video chats and it's like the same thing.
My phone rang like that. I was like, what the hell is this? And it was
somebody.
It's cool. So yeah, I mean, I'm venturing out. I got an iPhone, so that's.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, right. Yeah, brother. Air is evolved.
Got an iPhone.
Into the iPhone world.
Okay, so now what? What can I see? What can I do? So, okay, but yeah. Everything is good here, man. Everything is cool. We just, everything is good. Trying to go hard, man. I'm really trying to go hard, like, physiologically, man. I'm trying to illuminate. I'm really trying to do something, man, different. And yeah.
So Khalif was saying, what was he saying? It's time for the internal work, or the internal.
Yeah. That's what he feels that,
Mm-hmm.
He's the yoga master. He's got that piece, and I'm so. I told him, I said, man, I got to get that. I got to get that piece, where I get that, because I think that's the hand and glove of the Mucusless Diet, having that part. And he's doing kinetic yoga, and it's kind of a different thing. Been a lot of yogas that I've seen and that I've actually practiced in the past. So hopefully we'll I'll get that, be and be whole. That's what I think it's gonna make everything.
Yeah. Well, I mean that's because my thing is always about finding the weak, like what are the actual weaknesses, not what's easy for us to do and what we're really, really good at, but what's the thing that's actually uncomfortable privately. Like you talk about the private. Well, there's another part of the private behind closed doors, which is avoiding doing the thing that's the hardest for you to do, and that's the thing. It's like finding. We used to use that term, as you would say, the flaws. Like what are the flaws? Like what are the little glitches that could cause things to go off the wrong, to end up in the wrong space, and finding those and like being aggressive. That's been my thing is trying to be aggressive, finding that stuff. But that has been like an internal, that internal work of like, all right, where are some fears? It's like, all right, go find them and deal with them, confront them and deal with them. Like where is some places that just weaknesses and that kind of stuff, and being honest about it and working on it. And they're not fixed overnight or just observing it. It's like, some of them, especially when it's your thing, like whatever, everybody has their thing. Like everybody has their little fatal flaw. And my thing is, if you can address the fatal flaws before they become fatal, then it's like, then you have a chance.
Are they fatal though? If they haven't become fatal, are they just something that you need to deal with?
To me, if they have the potential to be fatal, if not dealt with, then yeah, they're fatal. From a fourth dimensional standpoint, there because you're at that point you're dealing with, as Vic would say, the fat or the fate. The fatality. You're dealing with somebody else's timeline that if you don't change course, then that's gonna happen. You will be destined to be taken out by, and that's why I'm gonna do the video on the 7 deadly sins, because it's generally one of those, and it's something that most people would not. That they would not acknowledge that's a problem for them, because they'll be like, well, it's like, no, really look at those and what is it what's a potential fatal flaw.
But don't we talk about just always being honest with yourself about what you're doing and what you're trying to achieve? You always got to be honest with yourself. You can't lie to yourself, but a lot of us do. A lot of us try to lie to ourselves and get off course of what they try to.
Yeah, but just being honest with yourself is not enough because that's only part. That's just integrity. That's not you need more than that. Because you can be honest with yourself, but if your fatal flaw is hubris,
follow through.
Well, no, I'm saying if the fatal flaw is pride or the hubris, which, like I said, that's what fascinated me, where they said that was the worst of all the fatal flaws. If that's the worst, what's
that?
What's that?
What is that? You said of all the fatal flaws, what's the worst?
The pride or hubris.
Mm. Okay.
And so I'll read this. So, and like I said, you have to deal with the original definitions of pride, not the modern day.
Right,
Is
right,
that pride, also known as hubris or futility, is considered the original and worst of the 7 deadly sins on almost every list, the most demonic. It is also thought to be the source of the other capital sins. Pride is the opposite of humility. So I thought that was fascinating because I've seen way too many people die because of that, because of pride. Literally because of pride, they're not here when they could be here and they should be here. That's fascinating because nobody talks about that generally, because I'm not coming at it from a religious standpoint. I'm coming at it more from just an observation, know thyself, philosophical standpoint. And it's like, if that is the piece, because basically, so you have for the 7 sins, you got lust, gluttony, and the gluttony, we pretty much deal with that pretty early on in your practicing of the Mucusless diet. You got greed, greed, sloth, or laziness, or depression. Now they add depression to that. You got wrath, or anger and rage and wanting to get revenge, and that kind of that dark vibration. You got what's that?
This in the order, in the order of
I mean, it's in the order of well, yeah, this is in the order of least of least fatal to most fatal.
Okay, I don't agree with the glutton and the lust. I would say the glutton creates the lust.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not analyzing the order that deeply here because that'd be a whole different thing. I mean, I agree with that. Yeah, the gluttony would would create. I mean, we would redo the order potentially with that, but because and then their thing with the lust, they're saying that's viewed as less of a fatal flaw, because we're not talking about moral codes or things. We're talking about what could actually get you killed. But in terms of decision making and living, what's more likely to get you killed? Now, lust can they compare that to being a slave, as they say, a slave of the devil, being an animal. It's an animal level.
You need a little bit of lust to procreate, don't you?
But that's why it's first on the list, where it's the least. It's considered to be the least of the least of all of them.
That's a little lust.
What it said, lust is generally thought to be the least serious capital sin, and so whereas connected with the animals and the sins of the animal world, then
leave me a little less. Leave me a little less. A little less.
Yeah, I mean, but then I mean because my thing is looking at because in some cases for some people that is a fatal that is a that is a fatal.
You can go way out.
You can go way out there.
Yeah, you can go way out.
Then gluttony. But like we said, we would put gluttony at the foundation, because that goes into everything else. But then you got greed, you got sloth.
What greed? Define greed. Like I know greed, but what define greed?
So it says Henry Manning said, avarice plunges a man deep into the mire of this world so that he makes it to be his God. So there'd be like an idolatry concept, or a kind of thing defined outside of Christian writings. Greed is an inordinate desire to acquire or possess more than one needs. especially with the respect to material wealth. Aquinas considers that, like pride, it can lead to evil.
Okay.
So yeah, so greed. But so next would be sloth. And that is defined as absence of interest or habitual disinclination to exertion. The way they sorrow about the spiritual good. But what's in the modern day, people put different emotional maladies connected to that, with the depression and things like that.
And behavior. I mean, that's a behavior thing where they you know, it's just yeah. I mean, that's, you know, that word has to be kind of, I guess, redefined. If you and then you might not even need to use that word.
Which one?
Sloth.
Yeah, I mean, well, we had to probably, yeah. I mean, there's probably a better word that could be used for that, because it's changed over the years.
Right.
But and that's just, you see whole generations of people with this certain level of laziness, you know. But that's also standard. I mean, it's very slothful. Certain elements of the societies and worlds very, very slothful, and
but you could say not motivated. You know, I mean, it's a lot of folks who are not motivated, and
it's from the perspective of from a perspective of Mucusless diet. If you're lazy with your practice, then that becomes fatal. That becomes a fatal sin. You know.
Yeah. Well, it's not the practice, because the practice doesn't allow for you to be lazy. You gotta get up. You gotta do your animals. You gotta do this. You gotta, you know, you gotta do your ritual. You know? You gotta do your ritual. You know, you gotta hit Starbucks. You know, you gotta do your ritual.
Right.
Right. You learned that at an early age.
Yeah, right. Yeah. There's no excuses. No excuse.
No excuse.
Yep.
He came back like, "Hey man, all right, the bathroom's clear." I just looked at him.
Yeah. And I really thought you were gonna go too. I figured that you was gonna go. You know, I hadn't quite, I hadn't figured out how to heat the water yet. You know, that was. I did a room temperature Starbucks bathroom enema.
He said it's so normal, like, yeah, I'm done, man. I'm done, man. Clear, man. I just looked at him like, Negro, you must be out. I'm not going down into the loop. We were in the loop. We were in the busiest section of Chicago downtown, right in the middle of it, man. Like, and he's doing animals. I said, boy.
Yeah. People not knocking on the door. It's just like, hey, I'm in here.
This is a cat that, I was like, this is a cat I'm going to be watching from now on. I mean, it was that trip was that whole trip told a lot. I mean, it was at one point, that was the trip where you was using all the tissue, right? Was that trip?
I don't know if that was that trip.
Oh,
it might have been the next one, but I can't remember, because I think
the tissue trip almost ended our relationship. I mean, that literally, I was like, boy, this dude is. I mean, you must have went through about 15, 20 boxes of
yeah. You got to with that. You know, that elimination.
And then I would always be someplace and go and say, okay, lock the door, man. You know, all right. You know, you got your
Yeah, that was
you got your key.
the one time. Yeah.
The one time that whole trip, I didn't say you got your key. He tried to do something on his own because I had left out, and he got out of the car without me being there. Boy, it was, and we ran into some Indiana Ku Klux Klan children from the Ku Klux Klan, like descendants from the Ku Klux Klan, man.
Yeah, right.
And we were just like amazed, you know, like the words and the
Yeah.
that was coming out.
Yeah. The ease with which they can say certain words.
Yeah, to around us, you know.
Yeah.
It was, and they was being helpful. They was helping us get in our car, you know.
Yeah, right.
And they were just going on, like, you know, it's just normal talk. It's like,
Yeah.
It's like, man, I'm getting ready to knock this, you know. And it was, but we got to get in the car, and we were freezing. That's when I think I came off my juice fast, and I went and got the cashews and raisins.
Yeah, and that was when we were still in Chicago.
Yeah.
Like when you first time you did it, you might have ate after that. You did it again, but yeah, you broke the fast with the nuts, and yeah, we was cold as hell trying to. Yeah,
boy, like trying to. We didn't know where we were either. We just because the one thing about Spira, he don't stay on the highway. He gets maps. He got a map, and we going through the rural part of the country. I mean, like we get off on 79.
Right.
79 only go east. You know, so 79 it only go east, and 88 are going south. All the time. Just remember these rules.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Just like the rules are, if it's an odd number, they go east.
Yeah.
We're going through people's barns, and people's farms, and then it's like, forget the highway. He's going his route. So we just rolling, man. Yeah. It was the days on the road, boy. We used to be into some stuff, boy. You know. So yeah, man. It's something, man. But so what's your physiology like, man? At 42 now, what you doing? What's happening? What you working on? What you know? You got anything that escapes you right now that you're trying to?
I mean, the one thing which Khalif he'd probably be happy to hear was if somebody asked me the question, if you could go back and tell your younger self to do one thing, what would that be? And it would be to start stretching. Start stretching every day. Not the foot, because I always did the football stretching. Not that, not the old, varsity football stretching, but the and it's not like what I'm doing. It's not formalized yoga either. It's like, but the principles of yoga are there in terms of holding particular stretches for extended periods of time, which I never did. And I never did that, because with football, you hold something for 30 seconds. Do that. And so now I'm doing whole like squats and doing all these hip opening stretches that are 5 minutes a piece. So I hold this stretch 5 minutes, and then I switch it up and do 5 minutes. And so I do that for a whole hour like first thing in the morning, like boom, is to get my stretching in, then do that, then enema after that. So yeah, so that's been a thing where I'm like, yeah, if it'd have been nice for me to start doing, because to start doing the, because I just didn't know how to stretch, like, because even then there wasn't really, anything I would have studied. There's a certain thing that I started studying recently, certain kind of the past couple of years, these stretching practices, and it's been real helpful, because I was having those problems with like some of the mechanical issues I was having physiologically. The stretching has taken care of that, for the most part. But when I miss a day, when I don't get my stretching in, I feel it. And but
you still go to the gym?
Sometimes I've been into the walk. I've been into this walking thing more. So I've been into these like 4-mile walks. So I did like 30 days where I did 4-mile walk every day. Like first thing in the morning before I eat anything or drink anything. It's just like, boom, just outside, do my 4 miles in, take about 70 minutes or something. And then when I get back,
your knee, remember your knee, was it your knee or something?
Well, that was years ago that, I had those knee problems, and that's all gone away. That's been, been fixed for a while now. And, but yeah, but I like that dynamic, because I'm thinking more along the lines of what are we actually supposed to be doing in terms of exercise? Because it's so much, everybody and their brother has the exercise tape, and they have this philosophy and this kind of yoga, this kind of whatever, go to the weights and do the high impact testing, I'm testing high, the HIIT stuff and these different things. But I'm like distilling things down in the way that I do it through experience to actually see, okay, what are we actually supposed to be doing in terms of,
I think the stretching and the walking is, I do plenty of walking.
Yeah.
Like on another level walking.
Right.
With equipment.
Right.
At 64, it's
right.
Like,
well, and I drew inspiration from you and other people that when I just kind of started looking into that, just like, okay, the walking, because in the past, because I had my little jogging periods where I do that and that kind of stuff. But then I was looking at that, I was like, I wouldn't want to be doing this when I'm 85. It's like the kind of, so you can do it for a while, and there's a lot of people that are avid, and we got a bunch of runners in the community. But what I see, what Eric talks about, the shaking, that unnatural shaking of the body, eventually that starts to can start to cause issues, because we're capable of that, of the long distance kind of running and all that stuff. But is that something that we're supposed to be still doing when we're like 90 and 100? I think when you do that, as we see with a lot of professional athletes and the folks, football players, and they get in their 40s and 50s and they can barely walk, or they're getting hip replacements and knee replacements, and they're so stiff because these little car crashes and that kind of real hard, and then on top of that, the horrible diet is not sustainable. So my thing is sustainability. What's really sustainable in terms of the healthiest kind of exercise that can be done, and at least for me. And so that's what I've been kind of studying and looking into, is it's like, all right, what's the best thing to do? And walking and stretching is like has been the thing, because for me, I can always,
that's all good. I mean,
because what's cool about
no impact,
no
impact.
Well, what's cool about the stretching is it's a cumulative effect, where it gets, Whereas, see, with the gym, you gotta that's just that's something that you can't take any kind of break from that. If you're in the gym mode and you got certain goals with that, it's like you got to stay in that mode. But with the stretching, it takes a long time to get the body loosened up and to get things a little more flexible. But once it is, it's like it has a longer staying power if you do miss a period or miss some days or something. And so yeah, so it's been interesting. It's been an interesting thing.
That's good. So yeah, stretching and walking and walking at a good pace too. That's
Yeah.
key. I walk at a good pace,
Mm-hmm.
like very very fast, man. And so yeah. So what about your horn, man? You've been picking that up on the regular, or what's your practicing like?
Yeah, I mean, I work on. I'm hearing something. I'm hearing the it's like a lot of the giant step type of changes, but just improvising all the time like that, just like all the time. It's just weaving in and out of the chord structures and coming back to it and over here and over there, and so that's generally what I'm working on when I start practicing, and just general flexibility stuff. But it's flexibility to do that because I'm hearing, so I can't do it yet. Like I can do it a little bit, but I can't really. It's not fully realized. There's a thing that I'm trying to get to that yeah, that's there that I don't hear to like I don't hear other trombone players doing that. What I'm just that style of what I got in my head. And so yeah, so I do that. What I haven't been able to do is get myself to go to jam session to go.
And
It's
who wants to go? I mean, who wants to go to the jam sessions, man? It's like there's no feeling there. The feeling, I think, of what I know as jazz music is
I mean
not there. Just not
when
there.
I showed up with some of these jam sessions and cats had face masks on stage, I lost my appetite. I was like, man, I can't believe, man, there's actually guys that musicians that get on stage wearing a face mask,
Well, they
acting like it was normal, just
I watched the horn player do it, and he had to take his off every time he got ready to solo or play his part, and he'd put it back on, take it off, put it. I was like, yeah, like, are you that conscious of catching something, like, then he sits down and eats some nasty dead animal meal on his break, and he's worried about catching something, covering his face up, his nose and his mouth. It's like, you should. I wish you would have covered it up and wouldn't been able to put that food in it.
mm-hmm.
So that's interesting, man. I mean, like you played with a trombone player a couple of weeks ago, and you said you had been working on something. Do you think she heard what you was working on and didn't get up and like
I don't know.
like, man, what is that? I don't, because she was playing. I mean, it was her gig.
Right.
It was her gig, and she was like decided not to play when Spira showed up, started playing. And she was like, okay, yeah, she
I
decided
just,
to play. So.
man, I just lost so much respect for humanity over the past 4 years. It
Yeah.
just really, which is frustrating because it's like I lost something. There was something that I lost in that desire to, that the outgoingness to go go to the jam session. Let's go here. Let's go play with them. It's like,
Yeah, we
man,
through a pandemic or a scamdemic. We had never went through that, and it was all new for everybody, man. And I mean, how they shut down everything, and
yeah. But you saw us. I mean, we didn't miss a step. Like as soon as that was, I told everybody what was going on. I was like, man, yeah, I see what this is, and
I did more busting then than I had done in a long time. That
right,
kind of what got me back into the busting thing pretty heavy because I had slowed down. But well, I mean, the only thing I was doing was the tab. But you couldn't get me. You couldn't get me to go no place else but the tab. That was all I was. But I wasn't doing no games. I wasn't doing no nothing else. Just the tab. If it wasn't the tab,
right.
I was like, and then COVID. Then I got involved in that music accelerator thing. You remember that happened
Yeah, right.
around COVID, so that kind of got me out there again.
Oh, here's one. How about going to school and being in and playing music in a little tent like this?
Crazy. And those little tents was designed by a local guy, Rick Peskovich. That
It
was
definitely ain't for
his think tank. That was his think tank, and they gave him a bunch of money and stuff to develop them.
I mean, just looking at, this to me, it's like one of the most dystopian things that I've ever seen in my life.
It's
But that's where I'm like, I can't.
it's just sickness, man. It's sickness. It's people are just so sick. They don't know. They know not what they do, man. They're just so they're not rational. They're just not rational. They're just out their minds. Insaneness is real. The sad part of it is insaneness is normality to us.
Right.
You did. We look at the insane every day, all day, and we've gotten so used to the insane. That's sad. That's what I try to. Uh,
I mean, if you ain't diametrically opposed to this reality,
yes, yes, yes.
whatever.
100%, 100% diametrically opposed to everything that goes on. You said you like the libraries and the public park. Okay, so other than that, you pretty much are done with everything else.
Yeah, and even that they was trying to ruin the parks with the in the little COVID era. Is down in Florida, and I went to a park, and they had like what was like a military installation. You drive in, and the guy came up with this thing, and I get they were basically people were driving in and getting the shot, and they came up to I was like, nah, I'm just trying to enjoy the park. I don't know what this is, and they're like, oh, okay, and I drove around and stuff, but I mean, it was literally like a military type of thing in the middle in this big beautiful park. It was in there just hitting everybody with the death shots.
That's crazy. That's crazy. I mean, but that's where we at. If it's not crazy, then we'd have to question it, so the whole.
Yeah, speaking of that, better stop before I get the video banned.
Yeah,
It's hard for me.
They don't. Yeah, that's partly of how many videos did they take down?
50
videos.
50 videos I had to take down, or they either took it down or I had to take it down before they took it down.
How
on
many
the channel, about 50
videos which I was on that they took down?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I'd have to look. I mean, quite a
it was like
good amount.
Because we had a few. We were on fire, boy, doing that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We did a couple of State of the Mucusless Dress that was classic.
Yeah. And eventually I'm going to take all of those and I'm going to put them all on a blog post or something. I'm going to put on the ones that still exist elsewhere, because a lot of that still exists someplace, or I was able to download it and hide it away. But yeah, then now it starts like we were saying, the psyop is already over. So now the news, they'll start talking about it like, oh yeah, there were people, there's the side effects. And it's like, yeah, now they talk about it on the news. It's already killed the people it's going to kill, and permanently injured the people that it was going to injure.
Do you think that there was a time release in that shot?
I think that there was different different shots. So you're gonna get there was the placebo shot, there was the death kill one, the one that the dirtiest one, and then a couple in the middle, and then it's just kind of like a Russian roulette to see, you get literally Russian roulette.
Did everybody get the placebo shot? I mean, the ones that took the shot, though, did they choose people to get the placebo shot that was gonna take the shot anyway? But I mean, did they?
No, I think it was all mixed in. They this is just conjecture and observation, but it definitely saw in the lower income areas tended to have seemed to have a few more death shots in there than other places. But there are certain countries. There was I'd had a whole bunch of these videos of it was someplace in the Middle East or something, but they was where was that? India, or so it was someplace, man, and there was military. They gave a bad batch to like a whole military installation, and guys was just falling out, dying left or right, and they caught some of it on camera, or guys are just like literally just falling out. And
wow, that's heavy.
Yeah, but I invite anybody to go to my website, go to mucusfreelife.com. In the search, type the word. I can't even say the word that you would type in, but type in a word that you would think you could type in and find my video on injuries that came from the mandated medical procedure. I have over 120 video case studies of people who were either drastically injured or died from this government mandated medical procedure. And that has been up, and that's not like new, that's been posted up. That's why Mucus-free-life.com got hacked. Was hacked a few years ago and was crazy. But yeah, find that if you type in injury into the search engine, then it should come up. There's a couple options, but it's the older one. But But that was just, I mean, that was hard. That was hard. I mean, that was just hard to watch that. It was like there was nothing you could, I mean, it's bad enough when you have the information of the mucusless diet and you're trying to share it with people who are killing themselves and you know that they don't have to. And, but the immediacy of this was so intense that it was like, you talk about tragedy of nutrition. I mean, you just literally are, and they looking at you like you're insane for not bending over. I mean, they literally got it to the point where they are sticking something in people's butts. In some people call that, you know, you can't use the R word, you know, grape. But that was you know, maybe not as much around here, but that was the thing. It was like it wasn't good enough to go up into your nose. Now you literally, I mean, you're in a car or in a vehicle, and you have to bend over, and they will stick something in your rear end, and then they're going to test it to see if you're safe.
That's it. Oh well. Like I say, the world that we let be. We got to stop being so docile and so afraid, and we got to call it out, man. We got to call it, identify the crazies, and somewhere we have to like what everybody think is normality. We got to make a case. We got to make a case for abnormality. That this is just unacceptable, and you have to relearn yourself. You know, I mean, because they're destroying everything for our future. They're helping to destroy. I mean, like, bringing children into the world. This is their future. We have to get militant.
Right.
We got to get militant.
And that's the attitude I'm talking about. And if you don't already have that attitude, then you got to plug in with people that have that attitude. That's the point of the plug in. Where if you're not born like that, if you're not born with brother air attitude, then you got to plug in to get that. If you're not fearless, we talk about the fearlessness. If that's not a part of your repertoire, then you got to plug in to observe and know that that's something that you need, and you plug in, and through that process, I'm always telling people to know thyself, to go on those journeys to find like what's uncomfortable. I mean, we was just talking about that with Brady when we were brought up the Goodbye Uncle Tom. It's some people probably couldn't even finish watching that, but I'm like, what is let's go. Like, this is uncomfortable. It's hitting on stuff that happened that, like I said, it's the probably the most accurate depiction, and it's a little stylized too. There's a little 70s stylization in there, but yeah, you ain't gonna get nothing more. There ain't nothing that is gonna be more cinematically accurate than that, because they would never let children do that, just be filmed like that anywhere else. Like, that was just a once. And I'm not saying they should have, because I don't think that was cool, but it is what it is. we got it now. But my thing is, like, there's a whole philosophy of people that have this idea of avoiding things that make you uncomfortable, or avoiding things that would scare you, or just focus on the positive. You know, I get those comments on some of my Instagram posts, or people are just like, just focus on the positive. You should take this post down. Somebody told me that on a post the other day, like, you should take this post down, you know, and I'm just like, no, I'm not going to do that. You need, because you out of everybody on here, you need to see this. You need to sit with this and meditate on this and contemplate why you're so damn soft, to the point where you're like, take this down. I don't want to feel uncomfortable.
Right. Well,
it's like, nah, that
docileness. It's that docileness, man. And just people that just don't want to be confronted with the work that they have to do. And it's got to be the warners. We have to be the warners. You know, we're the warners. You know, somebody has to do it. You know, and there's all kind of causes and there's all kind of warners, but we don't think there's no warning that is issued for such a most important issue in terms of your physiology and cleaning yourself up. We think that that's the first priority. You have to start here to build something else. You know, to build the rest of the humanity as far as advancing it. You have to start with the you have to start here with the physiology. Physiology is, you know, some people will talk about, they think it's the mind that they start with. You know, well, it's the mind. The mind can do anything. You know, the mind starts maybe the process or an idea, but the work of the rituals, of the physiology rituals that we go through to clean ourselves up, because you're not going to be able to, with the mind, break up 32 feet of impacted intestines. That's got to be some lemon and distilled water inside your intestines, you know, breaking it up and getting it out. And, you know, the mind's not gonna, you know, I'm not gonna wait on that. I mean, that's some mind power that is very rarely seen. Then if that is so, and you want to keep thinking about the mind, because people always try to say the mind, but you know, man, but most of the people who talk about the mind are people who are really in bad shape.
So what you're saying is, you can't use your mind to clear up this kind of constipation?
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
You can't say a prayer?
Well,
like I pray. That's like the people, you know, I pray, you know, I'm sick, I don't feel good, I'm praying. And then all of a sudden you get one of our videos pops up and you're like, oh, that's weird. Well, I get it. I don't want to look at that. And then you know, you're getting all the opportunities that you need to fix that, but I'm just gonna pray until it's healed.
We're the prayingest society in the world, probably. Well, I don't know, maybe the Muslims. I mean, they pray, but look at the world. Look at all the praying, and look at what all the praying is producing.
Right.
So, you know, prayer. Not that I'm. I mean, that's a personal thing. So, not that I'm telling you to. My thing is keep it personal. Don't tell me that you pray. I don't need to know it. You know, just do it.
I'm gonna pray for whoever this person is. This is horrible constipation here. Woo-wee. That's a good. I mean, what in the world is the intestine. It went way up here. Hey.
Yeah, that's just, but that's
Normality, like you said.
That's the normality of eating animal flesh and dairy and all kind of things that we consume, man. These people, I mean, we've gone, and I don't, you know, I mean, I'm happy that I found the mucusless diet, but I don't take myself out of the equation of being one of the people, you know what I mean, that lives on the earth.
Right.
You know, I'm like, you know, but man, this thing is so foul. You don't even want to socialize with it anymore. You don't even want to be in its company. You know, because when you're in its company, the same thing we're talking about plugging in. It's almost like you plug in with that, and then you don't have anything to relate because you're plugging in to something that is so negative.
Well, yeah, I mean, and that's something that each person has to actually. Another way to look at it is everybody's plugged into something. What are you plugged into? Are you plugged into Waffle House and Seinfeld and what, you know, I'm just whatever people watch today?
They plugged into these stupid ass jobs.
Well,
you know, 90% of the people that do these jobs, you know, they don't like them jobs. They put in applications for them jobs. This wasn't a career or anything that they studied or tried to, like, their passion. These is folks who, you know, they hate the job, but they go to the job, you know. And so, can you imagine going to something like that every day, 8 to 12 hours a day, something that you don't like for 5 days out of the week, for 30 years? How bitter, how bitter you become. And a lot of folks get their they develop an attitude on how they live with it. You know, they live with it. You know, they live with it. So, you know, but
well, it's like we say, you take the stimulant away, take the pus and the mucus. Can you and if you can take the pus and the mucus away and you can still do the job, then okay, go do that job.
Go do the job. Yeah.
But if you take the pus and the mucus away and all of a sudden it starts getting really, really hard to go deal with whatever that thing is, then that's showing you that that's not something you're supposed to be doing.
Well, they like the mucus and pus, though. They like that part of it. That's what.
Well, I know that's, yeah, it's more than a notion to take to take that away.
Yeah, that's
what they want. That
that's what keeps them coming to the job is the I can buy more mucus and pus. You know.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it gets into this ritual where it becomes part. It ends up becoming a shared experience. Everybody getting high together, so they go.
Everybody getting high and teaching the children. Teaching the children to go to school and get your education so you can get a piece of this mucus and pus. We got a piece waiting on you. All you got to do is get good grades, and you can go to a fine mucus and pus college. You know, and oh man, you go away to college and you just, you know, you talking about the lust, and that, you know, they forget about they're there to be educated, and I'm away from home, now I can act like a little hoe, you know. I'm away from home, I can try to, have as much sex as I, and I can do as many drugs as I want to do. And so you just get, you get this whole ritual of how it's done. How can you get the mucus and pus world into the job land? You have to go through that, like, man, join this nasty ass fraternity. Join this nasty ass sorority. Come on, man. We have fun. We throw the best parties. You dig? And then when you go and you graduate and you got all your people waiting to give you jobs, all the alumni, mucus and pus. Oh man, I'm getting in. Oh, I'm at the top of the mucus and pus now. Got a job with the top mucus and pus people. They're teaching me about mucus and pus things that I never knew. Things I never knew, Diddy. Things I never knew. So this is what we assign value to as far as successful people. Successful people. Unlimited mucus and pus. Unlimited mucus and pus for everybody. And so this is what is put out, the dingling of the carrot, and most of the people go for it. They go for it. They wanna be a part of it, next thing they're opening up. They're restaurateur tours, whatever the word is, and they're opening up their slutty vegans,
Mm.
and it's a success story, and they put her or him on televisions and all the news and everything, and they say how successful this is. I had a dream, to have every, impossible burger on every corner.
Right.
So, we got a nasty situation out here, man.
Yeah, the mind is important insofar as you got to have a glimmer of consciousness, or a glimmer. There has to be something in you that can perceive that this is the direction that you need to go. There's got to be a little desire to not be a slave.
Some kind of instinct of.
Yeah, an instinct. Yeah.
Not right.
Yeah. It's like something is not right, which I had since, I will say, I had that since I was a child. I never lost that, and the Mucusless diet helped answer that question and that concern. It explained, because I never like relented and just kind of fit in, or just was like, okay, I guess that this is. I always was like, man, something is terribly wrong here. Like, even when I was playing along and doing my little whatever, my little high school days, but I always knew that this wasn't right.
Right. Well, it's it's a funny thing, man. It's like, boy,
eggnog. They start selling that this time of year. Eggnog.
Oh man.
That stuff was so. When I was a kid, yeah, like young, I tried that, and I was just like, ugh, this is nasty.
rotten eggs. You know, here, drink this. This is rotten, and it's just for you. We can put a little rum in it. You know, we can put a little rum in it, and all the little the fried turkeys, man. I watched a video the other day of a cat. I mean, he really thought he had some information to share, and it came across my feed. Man, he was showing you how to fry the turkey and put it in the grease. Like, he was like, this is why people be getting into problems and having fires. And he was showing you, he just had his technique together, man. And he was just so proud. Like, he really had some information. Boy, I wanted to club him with a bat. Like, just put him to sleep. What we say, they shoot horses, don't they? You know, it's like, just put him out his misery. Here he was just talking about how he had his technique down with his little fryer of frying a turkey.
Right.
I was like, boy, this is so sickening. You know, just to see these men and women with so much confidence in ignorance. Like, dang, man, it's like, you know, just, you know, it's in the store today, man, just watching folks and what they were consuming from their carts, you know, like putting it down on the register and just looking at stuff. You're like, look at this disgusting stuff. You know, $115. They don't have one thing down there that's green. Not
Right.
one thing that's green that they bought. They, you know, saw this processed stuff. And so.
Yeah. But hey, Merry Christmas.
Yeah, you know, hey, do your thing, man. I hope it snows when we have a white Christmas.
Yeah.
Those are the cliches. I hope. What? I mean, it's like, wow, that, you know, in Jerusalem it was plenty of snow. You know. Yeah.
So you have anything else to say about our Christmas tradition?
Humbug. I'm with Scrooge. Shoot, let's elevate Scrooge. You know, wasn't he talking? He was making sense.
Right. Yeah, reduce the surplus population.
Yeah. No Scrooge.
This is my Santa right here, man. Get that chicken. Get some Coke chicken and a smile.
And a stroke.
Yeah.
Because
you were asking about our tradition, or this, where did all this come from? And the whole thing is marketing.
Yeah.
I mean, it's began with marketing.
Yeah.
I think nobody did all this. Like, it just was literally like this marketing ploy. And before you know it, they turned it into a whole brand new mythology, practice, or ritual. And it worked. Like you say, you got the old white man God figure get the kids worshiping God.
Yeah, I mean,
You know,
it's all based in white supremacy. You know, I mean, it's all all that foolishness is based like that. And if you go for it, but slaves, happy slaves go for it.
I mean, it's just one of the, we get so deep into into our reality, and I just every time I see somebody with a bottle of Coke or something, it's like some kind of can of soda, you just be like, damn, people really still drink that. They really do. They really still drink it.
I'll tell you what I'm surprised at is people who chew gum. That trips me out, man. It's like to see people chewing, like people still chew gum. Like, damn.
I mean, not quite as harmful as Coke.
Well, it just trips me out, man. I see some women actually a so-called mucusless diet practitioner. She calls herself, and she just chewing gum left and right, man. Just I'm like, ugh, man. It's like, okay, but that just does something to me, man. I was like, gum, chewing gum. I gotta chew. I gotta just chew. I'm just chewing all day. I'm just chewing. I'm just chewing and shit. I don't have nothing better to do but chew. That's you talking about some kids stuff, some greasy kid stuff. Like what do you get from chewing gum? So yeah, you just watch things. You watch.
Yeah.
See what's happening. The folks. Like I say, the restaurants are opening. The wine, this wine place, this wine bar that I was down there during COVID, and she opened up her little wine bar and called it a jazz spot. And she was opening up during COVID, and she hung in there and still around. And I just read she's opening up 2 more spots, and one in Columbus and one in Louisville, I think, or something. And I was like, wow, and I knew her brother booked, and he would always try to get me to come in there, but they wanted you to wear a mask. And I wouldn't go in. I'm like, that's all right, man. I'm not putting on a mask, to go in no place. And but she hung in there and opening up 2 more wine bars with jazz. And when they say jazz, they mean like this neo soul type of stuff. You might have a jazz act on Sunday doing, some standards or whatever, but really it's the young people, kind of trying to do all the, act like they're Erykah Badu or something, that kind of vibe.
Right.
Jazz, That's another disappointing piece is hearing the music. I really would question how, because everybody say they love jazz. If you talk to them and they say, "Oh, I love jazz. Oh, I love jazz." When's the last time you went to a real jazz concert? They ain't never went. They ain't never been to a real, like to sit in front of see somebody like Charles Lloyd or somebody like Dexter Gordon,
right?
until you can really see it, and people don't understand that about what I'm talking about, of what the art form really is. You can hear people playing on stage, especially with the smooth jazz, and it's loud, and it's got the pumping bass and the loud piano and drums, and you think something is happening because it's loud and it sounds, it's like, not that them guys can't play, they can play, but to sit and hear, like I say, a cat like Dexter Gordon or Art Blakey and the Jazz Messengers, to sit and really hear that kind of thing, man, coming at you,
Mm-hmm.
and you're in some kind of little club, or better still, outdoor venue or theater where they perform. Man, boy, you can't even. I mean, a lot of people haven't experienced that. Like, to hear the real music by the real cats who can really play it with the real feel, not this college feel that's happening now.
Right.
It's a college feel that's happening. It's not the same feel that Miles Davis had with the quintet in the 50s or the quintet in the 60s. Well, it's not that feel. It's this college thing, man.
Yep.
I
mean, that's like a whole. I mean,
we can blame Wynton Marsalis. We can blame him. We can, he's got a lot to do with it, because he went retro. Like, I'm gonna start trying to play like Louis Armstrong, put bands together, and I mean, he just went in that direction and got rewarded for it. Oh, here, you can be the director of the Lincoln Center and create all kind of activities for students all over the New York area, and create the Lincoln Center Jazz Orchestra and travel all over the world doing concerts and promoting all this stuff that we had put to sleep years ago. Don't nobody play like that no more.
Yeah, I mean, just don't even
like that. I mean, don't nobody play like, I mean, we're not trying to sound like the Hot Five.
and none of them can. None of them could capture that feel of the Hot, because I love them albums, and I sure as heck didn't hear them do none of that.
The Hot Eight, all that stuff. What was the other horn? Was it Herbie Nichols and all those guys? Red Allen. And oh man, it was. I mean, that's the stuff we.
I love the Bessie Smith that had with Louis on it. Like, that was classic stuff. That had the vibe all day.
All that stuff is where you learn where the feel is, man. It's a feel to this music that makes it the music. And it's like the colleges cannot teach it. They don't teach it.
But at this point, I think at this point it's almost it's a physiological thing, because that whole generation
it is
that is gone. I mean, it is that generation of that type of physiology that made that music in that way.
What did Lou Donaldson tell you?
Yeah, what he's like, yeah, you gotta eat meat.
Okay.
You gotta eat meat. Like you wanted to, and then whatever he said something on the mic too. Whatever,
Oh yeah.
there's something that was like directed at me. You know, it's just,
Yeah, he was addressing you like,
yeah.
man, you know, like, what you mean no hot dogs and no pork, no smoked pork butts.
He's like, you gotta eat meat to play this music. It's like he said something like that. You know, it's like, well,
Yeah, well, that's the ignorance of it. You know, I mean, I mean, it was that, you know, I mean, it was a lot of them cats, man, coming from the rural South, playing the music. And what was the story of Charlie Parker? How he got the name Bird?
mm-hmm.
You remember that one?
Yeah, where he was driving, and then he's like, "Hey, stop!" It was like this dead yard bird on the street, and it's like, "Stop it!" They're like, "What?" They're like, "Man, I'm gonna get this yard bird."
He seen a car hit it. He seen a car.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. He saw the car hit it.
Yeah.
He grabs it, and, you know, he's like, "Take this yard bird. We're gonna cook this up." And gave it to the lady, you know, wherever they were staying. Gave it to the lady. Like, "You cook this yard bird up for us?"
Yeah.
You know, like, well, what gets me is the Coltrane brains and eggs. That was his favorite thing.
And that's
Touring around brains and eggs.
So I'm wondering, was brains and eggs chitlins? Or
No, cow brain.
Cow brains. Okay.
Yeah, that's a real Southern delicacy. You got cow brain.
I've never heard none of my family ever talk about that. Like, and they was from Montgomery.
Right.
And, you know, and so I never heard of cow brains, but, you know, but yeah, I remember Benny Golson telling that story, man. They would find some place to they found a place that served brains and eggs and grits or something. Brains and grits. And boy, they was hitting it every day. You know. Yeah, cow brains and
scrambled brains recipe. They got it's a why it works. The brains texture is creamy but firm, like overly cured yogurt or lumpy tofu. Scrambled eggs are gently folded in the brain and cooked until just set, but still soft.
Whoa. Man.
That's what I'm saying. We talk about abnormality, defining normality. They've made this is normal. It's like your brains, yeah, brains and eggs. This is how we live.
Brains and eggs.
So good eating.
Yeah, man. Brains and eggs.
This is on a website called Serious Eats.
So is that brain food?
Yeah.
That's brain food.
It's like don't waste the tongue. They better use that tongue and get the tongue in there and yeah. So
well, that's something separate. That's another delicacy.
That's another delicacy, yeah. But yeah, that was Coltrane's favorite.
Yeah.
Brains and eggs.
Wow.
Man, pork brain. Now I didn't know they sold them in cans with milk gravy. Rose. Huh?
That's processed?
Yeah, this is in a can.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is, let's see, Southern, Cause see, maybe I don't know. Maybe I guess it had to be Mississippi, but maybe your family just went around the brains or something. that didn't.
Rosie's.
But for some reason, I heard I think it was a Louisiana thing or something.
Oh, okay.
I'd had to. And they say, "Oh, North Carolina." I mean, that's remarkable. Let's get some.
Pretty disgusting. Pork brains. Whoa.
Yep.
Do like a tuna fish salad, pork brain salad. Take that to lunch in a paper bag with you, you know.
This dude, because I definitely want to take advice from him and whatever he's recommending we should eat. I'm gonna get right on that. He looks very intelligent, astute. Yeah. Oh yeah, Brady asked me if share the recipe. Yeah, let me paste that up. We'll share the recipe. And ghetto, I grew up eating that ghetto. You remember that? You probably never had it. That was definitely.
I didn't hear about Geta until I was over there working at the
Ghetto Fest.
I never even heard about Geta or nothing. So I see, I was like, what is that, man? It was over there at the levee. Yeah, yeah, Geta Fest. Yeah, I had no clue. That's like a lot of stuff put together, right?
Yeah, it's like a German meat loaf. Basically, it's kind of like your sausage. You could say it's like a type of sausage, but yeah, it's just a bunch of different little pork stuff and just whatever all they put in it. And but yeah, I used to have that growing up a little bit. Because we had buy that at the butcher. There was a butcher shop. I mean, that makes me kind of feel old now. There's like a butcher shop up the street when I was with my mom at that apartment, and they had geta, and so you go into that butcher shop and buy the geta, and then come and then you fry it up.
Oh, that's what I was going to ask you. Was it served? So
yeah, it's like
it's a raw.
You can make.
It's raw, right?
Yeah, it's a raw thing. Then you basically just fry it up in a pan with some oil. You can make it into patties or keep it like as a big rectangle.
Oh.
And it's just basically. I mean, it tastes different than sausage. There's something else in it that makes it. I think they put wheat in it. I think
oats. I thought it was oats
or oats or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is basically like because it was brought to Cincinnati from the Germans.
Oh, okay.
It's oats and but yeah, I did. I mean, honestly, back when we had the Nature Burger days, Nature Burger used to remind me of Geta. Actually, like that was actually what that reminded me of. Like I was like, oh damn, this tastes like that.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Daddy says looks like liver mush, pretty much. Pretty much.
Yeah, man. It's a messed up place where we're living. It's I can't describe it. It's just, we have to take it upon ourselves to advance this humanity, man. It's just like, you have to kind of have that spirit of I'm going to do right
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna make this right. We're not running from you. We're running to you.
Mm-hmm.
you know, you know, and, we're not trying to hide the fact that, we want to put this culture in the dustbins of history. We've said it before. We stay on that mission.
Yeah.
To destroy you. Just to destroy you. There's nothing good coming out of this. There's nothing good coming out of this sick place. We're just too sick. And when you're too sick and you don't even know you're that sick, it's just like, I don't know, man. Is dictatorship too far to the left?
I mean, my thing is getting out of the way of letting them obliterate themselves.
Yeah,
Get out the way.
You might get obliterated too, but I mean, I understand that, letting them, but I want to help to push.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying you being real about because you talking about Mucusless Diet is not for the mainstream. Certainly ain't nobody gonna get dictatorial power on the world stage to implement some type of regime by force. That ain't gonna happen. So being realistic, we're definitely way more likely to pool our resources, get the hell out the way, let them kill each other, then we'll reclaim the earth.
So a mass annihilation.
Yeah, but that's where you got to be real smart about where you go eventually, like where there's places that you can go where you're more safe than other places in the world, and you, as you say, build your paradise and let the rest of the world just hope that the nuclear runoff don't come to where you're at. If you're in a remote enough place, you can potentially, hopefully, and it's like I'm saying, there's no guarantee that the human species is not going to become extinct before we can get it together. There's no guarantee, but we have to, with that level of seriousness, we have to do this work for survival, for nothing else.
It's not question. It's not a question. It's not. We just got to do this.
Yeah.
For ourselves. I mean, it's an individual, and it can be a group piece, but the individual has to really be committed, and then the group kind of gets on its back and.
Well, I mean, that just strengthens everything, and that makes it, like I said, I want to raise a child in a community of our design.
Yeah,
I don't.
That would be nice. That would be nice.
Well, that's what that's what.
Don't wait on that to raise a child, though. I've been on you, man, about you're 42 now, so.
Well, like I said, I got 10. I got 10 more years. I got my window. I got my 10. I'm in my 10-year window. Yeah. We're getting into the window. We're getting there.
Getting there.
Yeah.
Getting there.
But
let's be clear, so yeah. But I'm not mad at you though right now, because boy, it's like finding the mate. It's like Keep that away from me. Away from me. I don't want no parts of it, you know. So I mean, that's where I'm at with it, man. It's like I did it, experienced it, you know. I procreated, did the marriage thing, you know. I did it, so I learned a lot. I learned a lot, and I did my 360 of life, you know, as far as the procreation. Like I created another another human. Well, in his case, I don't know. I don't know what I created. It's still to be determined. Still to be determined. This cat's gonna end up, man. He's another kind of cat, man. You know, it's like, you know, me and Khalid was talking about, you know, the children that we brought up, you know, and it's something, you know, just to look how they develop and how they get to, you know, it's like their eras, and they, you know, they
it's like the value systems, the things that they
yeah,
find valuable.
yeah, and the things that, you know, that they have been passed down and don't think is valuable, but they'll never forget it, and they will be back to it. Because when it gets rough, they will come back to what they know.
Right.
You know, so, you know, but they done found other things that, you know, everything is passe. With, you know, this is old, this is tired, this is you know, this is it's not hip. This isn't hip. You know, we're not hip. But, you know, like with Hanif, I hear him going live all the time, and he's playing all of that weather report stuff. You remember how crazy I am about weather report? Now he's on weather report crazy. You know, he's playing all the weather report, and you know, and so I guess he was listening. You know, but I mean, that's one thing. I had never had no problem with Hanif dealing with the music. You know,
right.
And, you know, because he loves that. He loves the music, and he hears it. He hears. That's the important thing, is that they hear it. That they hear the special part of it. That, you know, the attraction part that attracted me to it. You know, he hears that. He hears that. So, you know.
I just came, y'all get a kick out of this. So I just came across this. Somebody had posted this a long time ago. So this was me. I think I'm probably 17 here. This is the height of my of my high school debauchery. So
Was that Ryan's brother?
That's Ryan's brother, yeah. Because that was my boy. Because this is his house. Yeah, this is Ryan's house.
Yeah.
You know, so this was the spot. So this was I think senior prom or something like that, either junior or senior prom or something. They got the tux and all that.
Yeah, man.
You know, we thought we were cool.
Well, you were for that day.
For that, yeah.
You were cool.
But I do that, which you talk about that reflecting, and I was kind of going back, and, you know, I'll go and really retrace my steps mentally, and just look at how mindset, the things that I've had since I can remember that never changed. You know, certain mindsets or ideas or things that I can still remember that's very present, and then other pieces that totally changed or, kind of came and went, or the things that was really based on stimulant that I could be like, okay, that left, that was all stimulant. And, but it's been real interesting actually, but it's uncomfortable. So what I'll do at this time, I'll look at, so I have a face that the other Facebook account, I like literally log into it once or twice a year, but I'll go in there and I'll look at people, just folks that I grew up with. And I mean, boy, that's an education. Because I know you've watched it, but it's like worse with my generation because they're aging quicker, getting sicker faster, and so it's rough. And I mean, I got because I didn't have a whole lot of real close friends, but I had a growing up. But one of them, a guy that I would consider close, man, I'm doing a search online to find, is like, let me see what's up with my boy. Come across his funeral info, like he had died like 2 years ago. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, what the hell? And I was trying to find out what happened, because there's nothing that really said. I was like, was he in a car accident? Was he sick? Like, what the heck? But his brother had passed. Interestingly, this guy I'm talking about, his older brother, I was cool with him too. He was the one that got me. I think I've told you about this guy a long time ago. He was the one that at the time I was getting into the diet, he had turned me on to it. He gave me the VHS tapes of like the Ashraf Kwesi, and he was a cat that first told me to read The Republic and read Malcolm X autobiography, and like he had kind of had the list. He had the Black Consciousness community list I got from that dude first, but he had something, and he tried to get in. He would try to get into the diet and stuff, but he was, and he ended up dying or whatever his ailment was. I forget exactly what it was, but he was ended up looking pretty rough at the end and didn't make it. Then his younger brother, he's a year older than me. He was my cat. And look online, and here's this funeral a couple years ago. I'm like, damn, man. So it ain't gonna get no prettier. I know that. And so I learn a lot when I do that. And I just go back, and like I said, it's a little uncomfortable sometimes just seeing, because it's one thing when you knew somebody when they were younger, and if you have a good memory and you can really remember the vibe and that the youthful optimism, because I would say as a distinguishing characteristic from my generation and prior, when we were younger, just growing up in the 90s, we were I would say we were optimistic to a fault. Like there was just a general optimism. Most of us weren't depressed or sitting around like, this, or we were kind of questioning what's my role and purpose in life and stuff. It's like we were really generally optimistic. Like everybody's going to get rich. Everybody's going to do these great things. Like everybody just had this attitude. Most people didn't. Most people, a lot of those folks are doing the same things that we were doing in high school. They still going to the bar, getting drunk, smoking weed, eating a bunch of food. It's like we did that already. Like we did that.
Trying to get all the girls, and the girls that, smash the guys, and that's just, it's like,
it's like we did that already. But yeah, it's interesting. It's definitely interesting seeing that, because what I see is people start losing. It's like they lose that inner child, that core, that thing is where they really are. Like some of these guys, where if you remember what they were when they were a kid, and then now they're like actual adults, like grizzled, like they lost that youthfulness, any kind of creativity or that spark. It's gone. And now they're just boring ass
Well,
adults.
I mean that's how it works. That's how it works. I mean, for my generation, I mean, I run into them guys too. And man, they are just as they're like commoners. You know,
He said the peasantry.
I mean, man, they are just steeped in it. Like, you know, I've grown up just like that, you know, grown
Right.
like that, you know.
Yeah.
You know, let's say, was that Jim Croce or one of those songs, you know? Well, the cat's in the cradle and
And then the silver spoon. Yeah, right.
you know. So I mean, it's like
Yeah.
yeah, I run into them cats, man, and I mean they're so provincial and so just I mean they've done no kind of conscious building.
Right.
They've done no kind of conscious building. Just, you know, like be a good citizen.
Right.
Pay your taxes. Go on your little cruise, your little jazz cruise trips, and go to your all white parties. You know what I mean. And go to the Urban League, big dinner of the year. I mean, you know, just the stuff that they do, man. Music festival in Cincinnati, show up, you know, and see New Edition, and you know, see them, and yeah, it's, you know, we're commoners, man. They, you know, you run into them cats, man, and they, I mean, you know, all you do is kind of ask people, what is so and so doing? Hey, have you seen them? Have you, you know, you just kind of catch up on that. Like, what is everybody doing? Other than that, they're not gonna be like, hey man, I mean, like something very interesting that would catch you. Like, oh really? Oh man, we gotta hook up. Nope. You say
No.
say bye, they say bye, and that's the end of it. So you run into them again, you know. You have no inklings of wanting to plug in or hook up, you know.
Right.
So
Yep. Found this little, I think this 6th grade, 7th grade, 8th grade, 9th grade, and like 11th grade, or no, 10th grade, 11th, 12th. Then no pictures when I ballooned up to 300 pounds. I didn't want to take I didn't want pictures then, so I don't have a lot of great pictures. Then after the Mucusless diet, yeah.
okay.
Yeah, I remember this. I had this on I was at one of them things I used to pass out when I had the go places and have the little picture album and stuff.
Well, you used to have your little dossier with the pass out. You know, somebody we like, yeah, man, this is my partner, man. You know, I met him when he was like 300, and you have all your shit.
Yeah, right.
And look, you know, look at the picture. You have all, you know, you be pulling that stuff out, man. I was like, you know.
What I was gonna find was I think that picture of Stan.
Oh.
There's a couple. Well, there's actually a couple of them, but I think there's one real good one of him.
Was you playing with the boppers or y'all?
No, this was at the jam session.
Oh yeah. Yeah. The jams. Yeah.
So it's like, well, there's a better one than this somewhere. Is that's Stan, isn't it?
I can't see it too close.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. The last boppers. The last of the last boppers. I'm in his archive of last boppers because I used to work with them for a while. They were down at the Arts Consortium.
Oh, here's one of them.
Yeah. He was probably in his 70s then.
Right. Yeah.
You know.
Oh, here. Okay, here's the one that I had in my head that I thought was pretty good. This would be like,
Oh yeah. 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 Oh Stan. Well, we'll be honoring him come on the 24th of this month. So
mm,
we'll be his birthday, and we'll honor him and have a good time with him. 90, man. That's it's something to get to 90
mm-hmm. Yep.
and not being and I mean to be in the kind of shape he's in. I mean, he's walking and talking and man and just getting around and just
Mm-hmm.
like
Yeah.
hey boy. Be like, where'd Stan go? He done scooted off somewhere and
yeah.
be like, man. So this should be fun.
So yeah. So I think we've made it. We've done our 4 hours. we got it in.
I seen what you was trying to do. I looked at the time. I said, going for 4.
Yeah, it's like you get too close to 4, you might as well just go on ahead and
Going for 4.
go. But I'll make my final announcements.
It can't be 3. Can't be 3.5. Can't be 3 and 50 minutes. It got to be 4.
Yeah.
Got to be 4. So.
But so yeah, so everybody that's on here, again, we got the free training session, how to melt mucoid plaque. I'm gonna get real in depth on how to remove this out of your body, and it is a new presentation.
How to melt it.
How to melt it.
Whoa.
How to melt it. And so you gotta.
I mean, okay, so this is something, a new era of the meltdown of mucoid plaque. This is something new, you know.
Yeah, whole new
mucoid plaque. When I was getting out mucoid plaque, I damn near had to pull it out, you know, like literally. So now we got the meltdown. You know, the that's what you should call it, so the meltdown.
Meltdown, yeah.
So you know, and so it's the practice is always elevating. So now we got the meltdown of mucoid plaque, how to melt it. So that's gonna be, and I can't wait.
Yeah,
I can't wait.
Yeah. And then also for anybody, we were talking about community to plug in. I invite everybody to join the Mucus-free Life membership program. I'm pretty much putting all my energy into that, and we're just it's just a place where you can come and we're not censored. We say what we want to say on our Mucus-free social platform. We can get into details. I don't get into with people's personal kind of transitional things. I don't do that all publicly. We have a safe space, as they say, to get into all these things. And so you have my cordial invitation to join us as we band together and create the support structure and accountability and the safety net that we need dealing with these psychopaths out here. Like rough. I said, it's only going to get worse. It ain't going to get better.
It's rough, man. The things that we're going to have to go through, and the things that the youth, the younger people are going to have to deal with, because but y'all gotta really develop some certain humility and a certain toughness at the same time, and that's a hard thing to balance.
Mm-hmm.
It's a hard thing to balance, but you have to do it. You have to be like a magician, man. Pull some things out your hat. But it's definitely noble. It's definitely like it's very noble, man, to stand up, to want to advance this humanity in this manner. It's gonna be the day where you just the beer drinkers get talked about. And the alcohol drinkers get talked about, and and not favorable. It's not
right.
Hey man, have a beer. No, bro, beer is not cool.
Right.
That's the kind of conversation that has to start up. Like, beer is not cool. Alcohol is not cool.
Weed is not cool.
Weed is not cool. Cigarettes are not cool. And really play that down,
Mm-hmm.
Really play it down in public settings where they think it's normal. It's not gonna happen. You remember we did a video years ago where I talked about how I got on some of the neighbors for barbecue smoke. Now, I wasn't expecting anything to happen about it, the authorities wasn't gonna take my side, but it was like it started something, started them thinking, and I ain't never had that problem again. They went to their backyard. Remember, they was doing it in front. They was doing everybody.
Yeah.
I was like, I don't want to, So yeah, man, you kind of put things in people's heads and in their ears, man. But you have to step out, and you might look crazy because they'd be like, man, he's talking about me drinking a beer. Yeah. This is not good. This it's like the abnormal has defined what normality is. So to get that back right, you gotta say some real abnormal things to people.
Yeah. Well, it's like we ain't kidding when we say that practicing the Mucusless Diet Healing System is the most revolutionary thing that you can do.
Yes, you can do.
And with that revolution, you're going diametrically opposed to this whole thing. And
other than libraries and parks. Other than that, it's all right. We got problems with you.
Yeah. Like over. Yeah, just.
It's a library system. Okay, we can tolerate that.
Yeah. It's
park system.
But then with the library, but we're looking to build ours. So so we will. that'll be something where we lay claim to, like, nah, that's ours now. We'll take that off your hand.
I always thought about the library was always mine, because I used to go down there and just take books. I'd leave every day with a big old bag of books and albums. Like they were mine, man. Like I told my son when we went down there for the first time, and I said, they put up these books and metal detectors because of me. But I was ripping them off, bro. 78s and all kind of books, man. I was like just walking up out of there with everything, because you could.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't like I was stealing anything. They did not care. They see you come in with nothing and leave with a big ass bag of books, and they never would say nothing. And that became my ritual for years. My mother was like, "Dang, man, you got a 0 at school? Like, where was you going?" To the library. You know, it wasn't like I hated education. I hated that education.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I educated myself. So
Right.
no school is gonna take credit for me, because I educated myself. I dropped out early, like, I'm not doing this. You know, not doing this. Because I could see this is a form of I mean, it was just so boring, you know, being in those classrooms, and you know. So after I got a taste of a private school, it was kind of over for me as far as public school, you know. So
Yeah.
so yeah, man. But man, I'm glad that we was able to do this, man. Hadn't done anything in a while, so that was
Yeah. We
cool.
got one in
Got
before
one,
the
yeah.
end of
Before,
the year. It's the last time you'll be on those premises, probably.
yeah,
Of a live stream, you know, you
yeah.
knew
Moving out. So,
the end of an era,
yeah,
you know, the start of a new era, the end of one era, start of a new one.
yeah,
Like I said, we got 10 years of mucus-free life under
yeah,
our belt. And
yeah. That's a beautiful thing, man. It's it's good. It's a good thing, you know, to start something and see it doing well, and see that it is still happening and it's helping people, and people are buying into it, you know. Oh wow, this is something, you know. And so yeah, man, you know, I mean, it's something that we talk about the crew. Well, the crew is, you know, with Khalif and them, man, they were part of the crew, you know, and so for them to have their space too, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, you know, everybody's moving, man. Everybody's moving into something, you know, which is a good thing, man. You know, it's a good thing, you know. The Corps is working with the Mother's Earth blessings down. I mean, they're moving so everybody's got, you know, um, agendas, man. You know, everybody's from the I guess that could be called the original crew, you know. And all the folks from that are vital, still in the physiology game, you know.
Right. Yeah.
Still in the physiology game, man. So something's happening, man. Something's happening.
Yep. Yep. It's time. It is time. Yeah, so
Yeah, man.
all right, everybody. Well, appreciate all of you tuning in. We had a nice crew of people that's been here the whole time, as you was talking about, that watch it. I can't see it in here. The numbers in here were weird because I don't know whatever happened with the YouTube. They never sent the YouTube chat feed in here, but I was keeping track of it a little bit over here. As I appreciate everybody that was on the feed. I give a shout out to, we got a couple super chats. Thank you, Danny, for that. Always, great support. We got Guapo Edward, appreciate it. JP, nobody. Yeah, chat, appreciate that. Super chat. And so, yeah, just definitely appreciate everybody being here and showing up. And then, take this because y'all plugged in. And that's what I'm talking about. Y'all plugged in. We had the live stream. There's, the folks that plug in are going to get the benefit from it. And that's the thing. That's the secret, is the kind of inspiration that comes from the plug-in, the learning, the understanding, being able to, put on the mindset of somebody else that's successful and be like, all right, well, how are they thinking about this? All that stuff comes from the plug-in. Like, that's stuff you can't read in the book.
Right.
You gotta plug in for that.
Right.
So
right. You gotta come and hang.
Yeah. Come and hang. The art of the hang.
Art of the hang, boy.
Yeah.
We know about that. The art of the hang. We used to literally judge people by that.
Right.
Like,
yeah, who could hang?
Like,
yeah.
Talk about you too, boy. Please, we look at you.
Because somebody be 4 hours into the round table, like, well, we gotta go. It'd be like, man, we just getting started. You gotta leave already.
Hang, boy. So yeah, man, the hang.
Or you get the call, be like, all right, we protested over here. We gonna be at the corner of this and that, and at this time, and like, who's gonna show up?
Right. We've done that, boy. We've had folks ride by and I can't believe they just wanted to check to see if we was there. Like,
right.
I can't believe they actually be like, we wasn't jiving,
Right.
We was not jiving, So we done some things, and we continue to do some, and we'll do some things in the future.
Yeah.
I have to really show, like, the younger cats how to cuss out a police without getting arrested.
the art,
the technique of how you could, really, talk and belittle a police when they're just totally, you only do it when they're just totally wrong and just, trying to enforce something. It's like they didn't get no complaint or anything. They're just gonna show up and be a police, Like, hey, what are you doing? Nothing, man. It's like, so you just, so yeah, man, that's cool. Thank you, man, for having me on this thing tonight, man. It felt good to do it. We hadn't done one in a while, so
yeah,
man. So I'm good, man. Everybody, thanks for tuning in. Hope you got something off of what we're talking about. I hope you can stay motivated and creative and fearless in this thing, man, because we need you bringing stuff to the table. The table has been set. The table has been set. So all you gotta do is pull up a chair,
Yeah. Yep.
And come on and let's make the thing happen. Let's make all these realities happen, man. We're the ones with the ideas. We're the ones with the the new world order. We're the ones with that. Because we're talking about the cleansing of blood, and how to do it and why you should do it. And that's the only way that humanity is going to advance. It's not going to advance with filthiness and unrighteousness and just stupidity on the highest level. We're acting. We're acting and operating on stupidity right now. Just stupid, just stupidity, and we're not even trying to identify it or combat it. I mean, look who you got in as your president. I mean, it doesn't get no stupider than that. I mean, that's just like a joke, like somebody's what's the show on punk you, like somebody's punking you. That's what that's like for real? Are you for real? Like, is this really happening? You dig? So you're at the end of this thing. With that happening, that lets you know it's over. It's over. It's ridiculous. It's totally ridiculous. It can't get no more ridiculous than this. It can't get no more ridiculous than this. This is as sick. This is as sick as it's done gotten. So we done seen it kind of
the worst. It's like we see.
What they say, flatline, like it's completely out. It's
right.
completely dead and no pulse. And this is no pulse. There's no pulse. We're not getting any kind of vital signs now.
Right.
So this is our chance to come in with some vitality and make sense. You did. Do your work. Do the work. And for 2025, we're gonna push for Spira to procreate.
2025. Now that's a little soon now. Remember, I got the 10-year. I'm in that 10-year window.
I've given you 10 years. You got your 10 years. I got my 10 years. I'm giving you that 10 years. You right up under it. You got your 10 years. That ain't my 10 years. So I'm ready. We're ready. We're ready. So we got to move in 2025. We got to move. So yeah, man. Other than that, man, I'm
yeah. So all right, everybody. Appreciate all of y'all for partying with me. This is how I party on my Earth Day, and just do what I love to do. Talk about the Mucusless diet.
Oh man.
And while fasting, my birthday fast. I'm I'm gonna do my third enema for today. I'm gonna get off of here right now. Get another one in, and
there's nothing.
It will be a good day.
There's nothing better. There's nothing better than to irrigate that colon.
Yeah.
You know,
fresh and so clean.
Fresh and so
clean.
Okay.
All right, y'all. I appreciate all of y'all. And until next time, peace, love, and breath.
We are mucus free. 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 We are mucus free.
We are mucus free.